Shares of Tesla, TSLA pulling back following that Reuters report about Chinese regulators calling for a meeting with, having a meeting with Tesla over their quality issues in China. Tesla reports of battery fires, unexpected acceleration, and over-the-air update failure. That's TSLA. Tesla now off the lows at $850, down $2.23 from Friday's close. That's Tango Sandy Lima Alpha.
You're right on, guys. Good morning. Today's stream is gonna be a little bit different. We'll still keep an eye on these stocks, but it's gonna be more about Q&A. I'll be answering questions all day regarding different topics of trading, investing, how to get into day trading, how to start with a small account, what's needed for that, different brokers, different options, and we'll see how it goes. Felix, does Webull even have Doge? Maybe they don't have a Doge coin. Not all brokers do. I know that Robinhood does. Good morning, guys. Again, good morning. Thanks for tuning in. It's going to be a little bit of a different stream. We'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. What's going on, Austin? Let's see what we got going on pre-market here with these stocks. Yeah, I didn't prep all weekend. Just been busy with work for once, so I didn't get to prep anything for the stream or any videos, so I'm just going with the flow. Yeah, it was great. It was good. Definitely this week I gotta work on the purpose of the streams, right? So whether we're gonna be live trading, whether we're gonna be doing presentations and explaining things like keynotes, we'll see where we go with that. But let's go talk about some charts. There you go. ATOS. ATOS, it ran on, what was that, Thursday? Yeah, Thursday pre-market ran. So, perfect example of chart analysis, guys. Always previous resistance. If it's broken, it will become typically the new support. So as you can see, on the 26th of January, 25th of January, these levels right here are now being a big chunk of support right there, right? So as long as it's holding these levels, I think ATO is looking good. It is a lower volume type of play, so you'll just have to wait for the volume to come in. Basically, once you see it hit these scanners that we have on the stream, that's how you know the play will get traction from day traders. And this is the type of play that day traders would get into once it gets moving, right? So that's what you would be looking for. However, it is grinding up here on the pretty low volume.
Benzinga market update. S&P futures up 12.75. The Dow futures up 140. Nasdaq is up 40.75. Crude up 66 cents at 57.51. Gold up $7.40 at 18.20.40. Bitcoin 20 at 39,635.
So if you're brand new to the stream, the guy talking in the background is called Benzinga Charlie, benzinga.com, or if you have a TD Ameritrade account, it is included with Thinkorswim. Otherwise, it is pretty expensive. It's about $170 a month, which I don't think it's worth it. But it does give you live news throughout the market. So if you are trading, it's important sometimes to know what's going on, and especially for me, I trade futures. So if there's any worldwide event that could affect the futures market or the overall stock market, which is what futures are trading based on, it would be important for me to know that. And it could also bring up some good stocks as well that get, in play. If you're not watching something, that he might call out something that will get your attention, and maybe you'll have a trade on it. As far as TCIV guys goes, I haven't looked into it as far as the merger, because to me that kind of trading is more of a speculation. So I haven't looked into it because it's just not something I would believe in. So I just go based on the chart, right? So basically, I'm not saying the merger is not going to happen, or if it happened, whatever. I haven't actually looked into that. This chart is crazy looking. I mean, whatever's happening here, it's going up, right? So be mindful of where you are entered in, because sometimes, depending on how good the merger is or whatever the outcome is of the news, these things can dump faster than they went up. Just to give you guys a quick example, on VXRT last week, Do you know how many people were waiting and trading in this area for the news? And once the news came out, look what happened, right? So that's what you have to be careful with, not to be too greedy in trading, investing. It is important to make multiple trades consistently. That will build wealth, not just one big trade. I mean, that could happen, but for every big trade, you're gonna lose so many other little ones. So just be very careful and mindful of that. But again, I have no idea if there's any news on CCIV based on try and look here, but based on Thinkorswim. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't see any new news from today, so Thomas, what's your price target on this? Or what's your plan? Good morning, good morning. We got on a little later today. Obviously, I watched the Super Bowl last night. I went to sleep a little late. And obviously, there's not much going on pre-market at 4 a.m. If we're not watching AMC type of play or GME type of play, then there's no point to really be up that early in the stock market. Still nothing going on with AMC. Completely dry volume and just hanging out to the lows. I guess the battle of the lows, and maybe if we get a push to like 10-11, we could see something. But again, guys, been calling this since last Monday. It's just a dead chart, and history just repeats itself, right? Every single pump and dump in the history of the stock market, for the most part, always crashes. So we could speculate on Robinhood and the restrictions. However, let's just be real with ourselves. If AMC went to $30, $40, $50, people would have been buying at 30, 40.
EHC Encompass Health.
People would have been buying at 30, 40, $50, and they would have been holding it all the way down to where it is now. It doesn't matter when it happened or what happened. The end result would have been the same. And I think a lot more newer traders would have been even more hurt than they are now. GME, same thing. I mean, people were buying this thing at $300, $400, even up to $500, right? So if they bought at that range, they would have bought at $700, $800 because they would have thought it's going to 2,000, and that's just wishful thinking. And the odds of that happening is so low. Plus, if you buy a GME at 500 and it goes to $1,000, if you're trading shares, it's the same as buying a $2 stock and it goes to $4. So why even risk? Why even risk that much capital? And since, you know, 500 shares, $500 share, you got to put in $500 unless you trade partial shares, which I never recommend. What do you typically do when you are up 40%, 40, 50% on the stock, but you believe it will go higher? Sell and rebuy a dip or let it ride? If you are basically good at letting things ride with a trailing stop loss, you could do that. A lot of times I like to just sell into the push and not have much to think about whether it's going to come down and just take me out. So it's basically just a different trading tactic. A lot of people will ride that wave and buy any dips until the trend is changed. So it's pretty obvious when the trend changes once it's already changed and it's already down. But sometimes in live market action, it's kind of hard to say when it's changing, because a lot of the times when a dip is happening, you might be panicking out and getting out, or the other person might actually stay in thinking that that dip is not the reversal, it's still going to go back up, and in many cases that is the reversal, and then you end up losing a lot of percentage of the top, since the reversal could be very harsh and very quick. It depends what stock you're trading. But 40-50% of a gain it's very good. If you're trading, that is. If you're trading and making 40-50% it might not seem like a lot if you're trading with small money, but think about it this way: you take, $10,000 position on the trade, and you make 50% on it. I mean, that's $5,000 you made with not too much of capital. You might think 10,000 is a lot, but these guys are trading with huge amounts of money, because just buying 1,000, 2,000 shares is a lot. And I'm talking about day traders, and some swing traders as well. But even it all depends how much you're risking, right? So you always want to be able to risk a little bit less than what you're going to make. And I think that was the biggest issue here with AMC and GME. For example, on my trade on AMC that I lost on, I was actually up nicely on it. And the only reason I did not take profits is because obviously I believed into the possible squeeze up to $40 or so. It was out of my typical trades, but I gave it super wide stop loss, right? My stop, I was like, whatever, I'm just going to take enough shares that if it goes to $5, I'll be okay with losing that. And I did end up cutting it early at $8. It saved me, $350 or so in the loss, which $350 is huge. And I actually got the new mic, and I was able to get a mic that's going to be useful for a couple of different things, not just streaming. So I appreciate all the donations, guys. And then basically the savings from AMC I just put into the mic, and I spent $500 on a new mic. But I see you got a haircut, Brent. Yeah, on Friday I did get a haircut just because I had work on the weekend. It's been, obviously, if you guys been around, I'm in the wedding industry, so it's been very, very slow. Usually I get a haircut once a week, or I get a haircut, then a shape up, and then a haircut the following week, just because I'm always working live events during the weekends. But now it's been just so slow that I kind of let my hair grow out and go whenever I need to. There's not much to do, but that's typically my hairstyle. But yeah, guys, as I'm talking, just so you guys know, I'm not ignoring the chat or anything like that. I am trying to just explain as much as I can, and I'll be repeating myself probably multiple times throughout the day on different questions. But if I miss your question, just ask again. And then if you definitely want to hear something, there's a donation in the bottom, or you could use super chat as well. You don't have to do that, but in case you have a very important question that you want me to answer. The only thing I do ask, because I feel bad for donations with questions I cannot answer, do not ask me about options, because options are something I'm not very familiar with. If I day trade options, I know that I could just buy, and I know what I could buy on the bid or on the ask, and I buy right out the money, the closest contract, whatever it's called, and I know that if the price goes up to the stock, I still watch the regular stock price, and if it goes up, I could just know that I'm going up. And the only way I would trade options, and the reason that I would trade options, is because leverage. So if I can't trade Tesla and I want to trade Tesla, I can't trade it with equity, then I would buy options, but it's very rare. Ever since I moved up to futures, I barely trade anything else really. Futures are kind of difficult now because there are in all-time highs, right? The stock market is at the all-time highs, and what makes it difficult with that is that I like to go based on these levels from prior days and basically trade off those levels. So when we're in the all-time highs, there's no ceiling, so I don't know where the high is going to be. And a lot of times, if you go short, you don't know where to enter the short. And then if you want to go long, it's kind of like chasing a little bit too, so it's like there's no levels that you really like. It's a little bit more difficult, but we'll see what happens this morning. All right, let me get to some questions here. ASRT. ASRT is a penny stock. It seems to have gone up crazy on Friday, and it is holding up, right? So if it's holding up, that's a pretty good sign. But you do have a lot of resistance on the chart. I guess like 114 area. 153 will be, the ultimate target, I guess. Actually, no, this stock is beat up from a long time ago. Yeah, so this chart is very beat up, so there's probably a lot of, I mean, I don't think there's actually shorts because you can't really short stocks under $1. It's hard to say, but as long as it's going up, I mean, it's to go hold. I wouldn't be buying this right now unless you're anticipating something, and I do not like to anticipate anything. It's just a waste of capital in my opinion. I'd rather see it start moving and then get in, but it did have a nice move here, but the volume kind of died off, and you also have to find out why this moved when it moved. $14 million registered direct offering. That's never good. So they're gonna have a direct offering tomorrow. What's going on, Chris? Past 8 years. So Josh, yeah, I just answered that basically to say that there's a direct offering, right? So direct offering is never the best thing. As far as it being a good investment, it's hard to say. I used to invest in companies like this, and the reason they're $1 is because they're not a great company, right? If they're a good company, they wouldn't be this price. So that's what you have to kind of weigh in. But, you know, just do your own research on that, because again, I do not trade on fundamentals. I do trade on technicals. Tristan, so there's two things to consider. One is, if you sold now, how much capital is left? How much equity is left? Can you still trade or invest with that capital, or is it a small amount of money? Because holding the stock and praying that it's going to go up is not really a smart investment, right? No investor will ever do that. It's already gone down so much. A lot of us bought it up high just because you could tell the volume was happening right in the first couple of days, and that's where most people bought, and most people are still back holding. I don't know how many people are holding this, but if this thing breaks the lows of $6, I mean, we're going to, you know, $5 probably. So it's really depending on how much capital is still left, where did you get in, and is it worth it to sell it and kind of try to reinvest that money into something else or trade with something else. If you have a certain amount of shares, if you have like 100 shares and it's at $7, you have $700 worth of stock. So you could put that money into something else. TM, I think the hype is done, and yeah, I agree with you on that. There might be some little pops here and there on AMC, but everyone's just trying to get the hell out and cut some losses. So any spike that's gonna have, it's gonna get sold right into it. Again, it's hard to say. In my opinion, I would just re-enter AMC when the time comes that the short squeeze is potential, not just speculating right now that, you know, there might be some kind of crazy news come in, or because there's short interest tomorrow that people are talking about, that's not going to have any effect on it. If there's a lot of shorts in the stock, which there is, because I mean, the opportunity to short the stock was amazing, right? If it goes up, if the stock goes up from 2 to 25 and then it shows no strength after that, and then the brokers restrict selling it, I mean buying it, shorting is a very feasible option, and all the shorts are in profits right now, right? So short interest doesn't do anything. They could just cover at the bottom and slowly cover. They don't have to all cover at once. And if they do cover all at once, the short squeeze won't happen anyway. The stock will just pop a little bit and then fade off. For a short squeeze to happen, we need buying to come in, and then we need shorts to be piled in at low levels. So let's say they're piled in at like $12 average. So once we get over 12, and then we start trading around 14 and 16, and the shorts are kind of getting jittery and they're getting scared, once it goes over, let's say, this breakout level of 1750, then we could see the rocket take off, right? But it's hard to say that's going to happen, so it's really up to you. Kibo says, retail don't move stocks. There's a lot more going on with GME and AMC. What do you mean? You mean the Robin Hooders that have 10 shares, they can't move the stock that has 100 million float? Of course. That's the thing. That's the misconception, Kibo. And I love that point that you made, because it couldn't be more accurate. You know, couldn't be more accurate that us small guys, that's why the holding the line and diamond hands is the dumbest thing that could have happened. It was all jokes and funny in the beginning when the stock was up, but then it became a thing of people calling themselves out. I mean, look at Dave from Barstool Sports. He got called different words and paper hands and all that. And if anyone traded with that kind of money, it's the smart thing to do to cut that, right? If you are going to be a diamond hand trader, you're not going to last in this market. I can guarantee that. You will not outbeat the Wall Street. The smart money is the Wall Street. If you can't beat them, join them, right? Look at the Buccaneers yesterday winning the Super Bowl. Trying to just beat Tom Brady. Why not just join him? It might be much easier. And I'm not saying that, you know, I think the retail thing started with GME a little bit, but even that big squeeze was fueled by, you know, other hedge funds and other firms getting in on the long side, not only on the short side, right? Because if you look at that Diamond Hands website that we were looking at, let's see how to change now. Diamond Hands.io. There's this website that has the positions of the Wall Street guys. So it doesn't seem like it changed much. They still have 472,000 shares. Which, let's be honest with ourselves, that is nothing compared to the whole entire float and market cap of the stock. So they can't move it. But these guys, I mean, they're just, I don't know. How do you explain this guy? 20,000 shares on $9. The stock goes up to $500 and you don't sell it? I mean, you deserve to lose. I'm sorry, but if you're making that kind of money, I mean, this could be also fake. You don't believe everything you see on the internet. But if this was real and he didn't sell, unless he had, let's say he had 50,000 shares and then he sold 30,000, then that's a different story. But we don't have that information. But if he just had 20,000 and he didn't sell, then I'm sorry. This guy just deserves to lose at this point. Does the mic sound any different, guys? So I went a little bit different route. I went a little bit more expensive, but it's gonna be able to help me with different things. This mic is a Beta 58 mic. Card, it's nah. Card, it's not the same because I've listened back to back with the other one and it's just completely different. But it's hard to say because the other mic didn't sound bad, but now when I listen to it compared to this one, it sounds different. But you won't be able to pick up noises like I mean, obviously some noises, yeah, but like the dogs barking and stuff, it's not gonna be as obvious. I'm snapping my fingers. And I don't know if you could even hear that. It's just you know, the noise isolation is just way better. Yeah. So it is a DJ type of mic. It's not a podcast type of mic. It's a wireless mic, so I could walk around with it. I did spend a little bit more than than I wanted, but my thinking was that it's a multi-purpose. So I could use it for a business if I need to. I already have 4 mics. This is my 5th, but I could always use different more mics. I could use it for my home studio. So once I set that up, I could just move the mic and plug it into the DJ console. So if I ever do like a live stream DJing or something, I could do that. But if I ever want to record any podcasts and stuff or any mixes, I could just use the mic as well. Or even if I want to practice, right? We do practice in DJing. I am an MC as well, so I introduce the wedding party and all that stuff. So sometimes I want to practice. Brent, so actually you're not wrong. I don't know if you were here earlier, but we had the donation. So I got the sound interface. So the sound interface alone was $120, and then I got the it's everything talk, and then since I saved my money on AMC, because my stop loss on AMC was at $5, I stopped out at $8, so I saved around $350 on that. So I just put it into the mic, and I think long term it's gonna be better. And then eventually maybe I'll get another mic as well. Is Bitcoin? No. Bitcoin's not over 40. Don't lie. Dogecoin though, guys. Dogecoin is what the hell? Are you guys seeing this? What the hell just happened? Nah, that's Bitcoin. Alright, so let's see some levels on Bitcoin. Alright, so that all-time high is 41,986. I think we're approaching it. Yeah, I think it's gonna card. I thought you were just being sarcastic for a second. Oh my goodness, great call though. At least you made me check. So I still had my doubts that, you know, about the lie thing. So you were. So like with Bitcoin, like at what point do you buy? Like for you to make 100%, it has to go to 80,000. So is it worth that at this point? I don't know. I think if you're holding for a long time ago, if you're just scalping it, then maybe it's worth it. But I mean, it did just move up $10,000. Yeah, it's gonna break the all-time high. No, Sean, I know that. I'm just saying from some of the guys' perspective that they want to have bigger gains. You know, it's Bitcoin is, you could day trade it. I mean, it has so much range, right? But I guess at that point, you're just trading percentage of the move from where you buy to where you sell. Yeah, Sean. I mean, I was talking about that a little bit earlier, Sean, about people asking about AMC and stuff, and there was another stock someone asked about. And then I think it's important to take, you know, 40-50%, like someone mentioned as well earlier in the question, on different trades versus trying to just go for what, one home run. A one home run could happen, but is it likely? I mean, it's hard to say. And even like Bitcoin, if you bought like 3 years ago, let's go to like a monthly chart on Bitcoin. I mean, when it up, when it went up to here, now this thing looks like a little peak. Look at this chart, guys. I mean, this is a beautiful cup and handle pattern, right? Wow, what a chart. But imagine you bought Bitcoin here for like $1,000. It went up to 20,000, and then it came all the way down to 3,000. I mean, you would have been kind of depressed during this whole time. I don't care who you are, but this was your one investment you never sold. And this is probably what people are waiting for on AMC and GME, but stocks are a little bit different. And it could happen if they consolidate for a long time, but then you might as well just re-enter instead of just putting your capital into something that might never happen. James is asking about TXMD and Sean about GHSI. I don't see much on GHSI. Up 5 cents. Yeah, cents is up. I saw it earlier. Super low volume still, so it's not even showing up on my scanner. Let me configure that. And someone asked about TXMD. So TMXMD is also not really holding up its gains right now, so it's going to take some time for it to see if it could reclaim 275. If it reclaims 275, then it could have a potential. If you buy this dip, I mean, you would be risking about 40 cents. Now, about this Bitcoin thing, how do we know about that? Is this like on their Twitter, or where's the news? Yeah, Tesla had a rough morning. I forgot what the news was. Benzinga said something, and now it's kind of recovering that, so pretty cool. But yeah, Bitcoin is all-time highs, guys, all-time highs. It just broke it, I believe. Did it break the last peak? Freaking these charts suck. Yeah, it's all-time highs. So I'm assuming Doge is gonna kind of, yeah. Look at Doge kind of, that kind of got pumped too last night. I know Elon was tweeting about it. So there's a bunch of celebrities involved in Dogecoin. It's hard to say what to think about this one. This one is kind of, this started as a joke, right? Um, but it's been going up. But I need a broker that I could buy this with. I don't have a broker for this stuff. I don't have Robinhood. I used to be a Kraken because I used to trade XRP, but I took all my money out there. Kind of was done with crypto earlier in 2020. As a cash account, you could do unlimited amount of trades per day. As a margin account, you could only do 3-day trades per 5-day rolling period. So it's not just a week, it's a 5-day period. So it is a week, but it doesn't have to be Monday to Friday. It's just 5 days. So if you execute, those 3 trades on a Friday, the account wouldn't reset for 5 days. So you wouldn't be able to trade either till next Friday or the following Monday. I'm not sure how that works. Never been in that situation. But a cash account, you could execute as many as you want, but you're gonna run out of buying power. That's major news. I don't think that's gonna. So Binance is now allowed in the US. Is that why you would use a VPN? So she wanted to convert stock to allow for sale. What the? Does that mean she's offering that into the float so people could trade it? All right, Thomas, that's cool. That's why crypto for me is so complicated. I mean, you gotta kind of understand that. That's one thing besides XRP, I've never really, and Ethereum in the beginning too. I made some money on Ethereum, but Brian, it can't be that significant since the price is not moving at all. The price didn't get affected at all with that news. Any significant news is gonna be affected. Is Jeff Bezos buying AMC? No, no one has ever said that. Only Jeff Bezos would know if he, at this point, and a couple other people obviously, but no one in the public knows about that. Yeah, Doge held its gains a little bit. It's at 73 cents right now. I mean, 7.3 cents. I'll keep saying 73 cents because I'm just not used to seeing prices at that level. I do trade futures, guys. Futures is my baby right now. If you're looking to get into trading with a small account, futures is the best way to do that. I do not own Doge, no. I had no idea how to buy it. I didn't know Robinhood had it. Otherwise, I would have probably signed up with Robinhood. But at the same time, I thought I would be too late to the party by the time I got approved anyway, because I did like Doge last week. No, not last week, a week and a half ago. Whenever I had that big run to when was that? I think it was I forget what day that was, but DraftKings, DKNG, I think that's a good long-term investment, right? I mean, it's breaking out. It just hit all-time highs, yes, on Friday. And it's breaking the all-time highs now. Pre-market, so it's a great stock to keep holding. It doesn't do enough volume to really day trade it. It seems kind of choppy. Not bad actually. I wouldn't day trade it, but investing into it, if you're in early, obviously they had a major collapse here, right? And then obviously with the pandemic earlier in the year, they were super cheap. When did they IPO? They IPO'd in February? No. April? That was a bad time for them to IPO. Hater, I mean, it depends on what you're looking to do with it. It really depends what you're looking to do. Because it could be a long-term hold. It doesn't have to be a trade. If you're looking to just trade it, then you just gotta find a target that you are comfortable with and just get out. Because it could just keep going higher, but you never know, right? So as a trade, you have to have a plan. How much were you risking on this trade, and how much are you willing to make, you know? Sean trying to donate, I mean, to the channel. There's a link in the description, and then you can use super chat. Much appreciated, brother. Yeah, I used to have Coinbase. That's where I used to trade Ethereum, and then I had to transfer that into Kraken as Bitcoin to buy XRP, and that's what just, I feel like I was just losing too much money in the transfers and the differences in discrepancies in prices on different exchanges, and I just never got into it. That was 3 years ago. I was in XRP, guys, on that day that I went to $3. I was holding from like 35 cents average, and I let it come all the way down. Lessons learned. But yeah, let's see what Bitcoin is at, because that is crazy. No, Frank, apparently that's right. Bitcoin is at all-time highs. Elon Musk, I think Elon Musk is trolling the SEC. I think that's the whole goal of this. I think he's just trolling them because they can't go after him with pumping crypto and stuff. If he did this with stocks, I mean, obviously SEC could go after him, but Yeah, I think he hates them. He really hates STC, actually. He did say that in the interview. I remember that a couple years ago. Nice card, man. Yeah, that's the interview I'm referring to. All right, so let's talk about SEC for a little bit and the regulations, right? So a lot of us are pissed off about what they did with Robinhood, or should I say what they allowed Robinhood to do. And we'll see if there's any consequences of that. There probably won't be, because the excuse that Robinhood gives technically might be legit with the clearing. Thank you for that donation, Sean. Much appreciated. $3 donation. And basically, I think now if Robinhood gets sued and there's anything that happens, it's gonna just implement more regulations. It's just gonna give more regulations to the market, which are already restricting a lot of things. Because when we talk about restricting, think about these two things. First, we have the PDT rule. The PDT rule is restricting anyone that does not have $25,000 in their account to day trade. What kind of rule is that? Like, why is that a rule in the first place? If it's your money and you want to invest it into a stock, and the stock decides to not go your way and you want to cut your losses, or if it keeps going higher and you want to take profit, you're not allowed to do that, because you can only do that 3 times. So obviously your emotions are gonna play a part into it, and you might, do things differently, because you can't do it more than 3 times in a 5-day period, which is super hard, because I could take 10 trades in a single day, and even more sometimes. So that regulation and restriction is dumb in itself, and I think that should be gone. And starting trading with $25,000 or more in your account is more dangerous than starting with $1,000 in your account, just because you will get destroyed in the beginning no matter who you are. And it's going to take some time to learn. You might get some lucky trades, and you might get some bad trades, but having a big amount of money on the line doesn't mean you have to use all that money, obviously. But if you get into the down spiral of trying to revenge trade, or trying to average down into a position on a losing trade, because it's been happening on AMC and GME, where people are trying to kind of lower their cost of the average that they have on AMC. That's how you blow up their account, and it happens all the time. And then the other rule that they have that kind of restricts trading is the holds. I mean, when the stock holds, it's out of your hands what the stock's gonna do. Basically, there's a lot of buying and selling, so it's a volatility hold. But a lot of times I've seen it where the stock will be going up from $5 to like $60, $70, and then it holds multiple times. In that one hold that it has, the stock opens at from $80, it will open at $30. So you had no chance to get out, and you're just screwed, And same thing to the upside. I've seen stocks hold, let's say, at $10 and open up at $20. So the short sellers have no chance to get out. And it's just the dumbest rules that they implement as it is. So I think the Robinhood thing is going to implement even more restrictions, and it's not going to help us at all. Lad, good morning. Good morning. MJ. There's no volume on this thing. I don't know how you've been trading that right now. Oh, right, it is an ETF. Honestly, I think we're gonna see commissions again. That is a possibility, just because commissions will be part of the restriction of selling the order flow, right? So that's how brokers. Oh wow, Bitcoin just dropped big time. That was a good dip buy. You had the chance to buy this dip. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be taking profits now. It is a good time to take profits, not the best time to buy. That's how trading works. You buy low, you sell high. Try not to be buying the top. A lot of times you will end up buying the top just because it's easier emotionally to get in the stock that's going up. see there's some chatter in the chat about Bitcoin. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Not super educated on Bitcoin, just not my niche. I love the stock market and I love the futures market. Hey man, if you're up a lot, nothing wrong with taking some profits. Yeah, so we're gonna go into, it's 8:13. We're gonna go into some of the gappers on the day. So here we have a stock scanner called Trade Ideas. It's live, and right here we see the best gaining stocks of the pre-market. So let's see, CHRM, CRHM, CRHM is pulling back significantly. It's not holding up its gains. I don't think it's going to gain a lot of traction for long buyers this morning. We'll see if it recovers. Don't think it will. Looks just like a pump and dump type of thing. Then we have Arya, low volume on this one. Although it says 340,000 shares, so it's not bad. That's a new IPO actually. That came out. It's a new stock from August. I just want to check a daily of CRHM. We are trading at 762. So we might be trading over any sort of resistance, I think. Yeah, it looks like this is all-time highs for no, it's not. So 925 is the all-time highs in the last 10 years at least. So it might test that again today, but that's the level to watch if you will be buying it. 925 could be a potential resistance on that. But right now it's not looking good. I would not be buying this dip. I would be waiting for it to kind of reclaim. Get my pen out. Yeah, so you want to see like a reclaim, hold, and then maybe it will go. And that would be, you know, something that you would buy and then set a stop below that, and that's how you kind of, you know, mitigate your risk. Luke, good morning, man. EVOL. Yeah, super low volume. I don't know. A lot of you guys, do you guys trade on charts or do you just trade on like a line chart on like Robinhood or some kind of app? Like, do you use candlesticks? Because if you look at this doesn't look that bad on the line chart, but when you look at it on the candlestick chart, it doesn't look that interesting. Doesn't mean it can't go up. One of the biggest movers from, what the hell was the ticker symbol on Friday that we had a crazy run? It was an LIX. Forget what ticker symbol it was, but ZOM. So we looked at ZOM multiple times. It is back in play. Today, that's a nice moving chart. Would I buy if the setup presented itself? Yeah. Just when you get in, just make sure you have a stop loss. At first, when you get in, make sure you know when you want to get out. And then if you have that plan, then you know exactly how much you're going to lose. Then it's pretty much a stress-free trade as long as you're not losing too much. And then just, see where it could go. It is uptrending for the last 3 days. I'm not sure what the hype is about this, but actually it's been moving. It's been moving for a month. So this breakout here is beautiful, right? So if you bought like somewhere in the $1.15 range, $1.30 range, then you're chilling. But it's still going up. 245. Buying pullbacks could be something that is a pretty good risk reward on this trade. Yes, I day trade, and I mostly day trade now futures. I used to day trade stocks only, and I used to mostly day trade only stocks that are called low float stocks. So stocks that had a small float between 1 million to, let's say, 20 million shares of a float, and they'll provide the most volatility intraday, and then we would just trade those. But then as of March, the volume just completely got destroyed with newer traders and investors, with COVID and everyone being home, not being able to gamble on sports. The inflation of new brokers and new accounts with brokers, are just providing crazy volume to the market, right? So there's been a lot more short squeezing. It's been more volatile in the market, and it's just harder to kind of manage risk in certain stocks. When we used to see stocks go up from $2 to $20 in a day, that was a crazy move, and now it's kind of like a normal thing. Will LAIX? No, it's not ruined. It actually provides more opportunity. It just requires a different set of rules to have, which market will always change, and then you have to adapt to it. Even the futures market changed a bit. It's trading at all-time highs, which I'm not a huge fan of, just because I like to go on based on different levels to get in and out. As you guys could see, all these lines that I have drawn on the chart are based on previous days, and you could just clearly see how the previous day's high, so like this was Friday's high, is now acting as support here. And that happens over and over again, and those are the levels I like to watch. So when we are trading at all-time highs, these levels have no other points on the chart in the past history to kind of connect to. So it's more difficult to kind of anticipate the range and where to get in, because getting in is the most important part. And then once you get in right, you either lose small or you win big, right? Brian, yeah, so I'm going based on the chart. I have no idea what the hype is about, the news or anything like that. So that is something that you would have to kind of believe in and research on, just because I only trade based on the chart, not based on what's the possible news coming in a few months. Because I used to do that in the beginning, and I just got burnt every time. I was waiting for stock news and waiting, and never came, or when they did came, the news got sold, and I was never able to kind of consistently make money, because every time I would get a nice winner, all the small losses would kind of wipe that away. I would love to see what are the different assets between different brokers. How much money each broker is controlling, or whatever you want to call it. So let's call it Robinhood, or which broker has so the most assets. Okay, so Schwab has $4 trillion in assets and 12.3 million active brokerage accounts. Okay, so 4 trillion. Fidelity has 7 trillion. TD and Charles Schwab merged, so I don't know what that total is. But if you think about that, how much money they control versus like Robinhood, how much does Robin have in assets? Oh, okay, perfect. So take a look at this, guys, and I know that probably changed recently. Robinhood's growing. Robinhood's definitely growing crazy. But look at this, guys. Order flow. Look how much money they're making on Robinhood. Insane. But see, you have Robinhood 20 billion, E-Trade 600 billion, because E-Trade is good for a lot of day traders. They don't really have as many big accounts probably, versus TD Ameritrade and Charles Schwab. They're together now, so they're merged. And then you have Fidelity, which is a huge investing firm, and they have like double this in assets, right? So my point is that Robinhood is just a very small portion of the market. So again, even them restricting buying AMC and stuff didn't really have a huge effect overall on the buying. I think it was just more of an effect of people selling and kind of getting scared. But who knows? Snake. So in the left corner of the stream, there's a scanner that has all the top gainers of the day. Those are the stocks that you would want to kind of look at for trading today. Yeah, Bitcoin is flying crazy. Apparently Tesla bought into it. Tesla bought into Bitcoin, so that's why Bitcoin is flying, and it's flying to new highs again. So we had a huge pullback from 43,000 to 40,000. So nice $3,000 pullback. Buy that dip, sell that rip, and what a move. BYG. Oh my god, that's a crazy ticker symbol. Is that even on the NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange, or what is that? VYGVF. I'm always like skeptical about the five ticker symbols, 5-letter tick. Yeah. This is crazy. I don't know what the hell's happening here, but this is a crazy move. I don't know what to tell you besides the fact that it's going up. So it could continue to go up. I'm not sure what the news is on this from the beginning. It's a new IPO, I believe. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, I mean, look, 9 cents to 13. Oh my god. If anyone got in this early, that is triple the size of from here, from this point at least, it's triple the size of GME squeeze. Yeah, here it's about the same as GME, 2000%. But just so you know, typically, unless there's some solid fundamentals behind this, if this is just a squeeze, which I haven't seen a crazy move yet, so what you would want to watch for in these type of stocks is a crazy volatile squeeze type of move where it's just like shooting straight up, and that could be the exhaustion move. So at that point, it's kind of a good time to sell and to see if the pullbacks hold, because this could just come crashing if there's no fundamentals behind this. I don't know what this really is, but in a week it went from $7 range, so from 6 to 13. That's a crazy move, but it's a good stock. This is VYGVF. Fucking mouthful. VYGV. ZOM is definitely in play, yep. How we looking with our boy AMC? Yeah, the hype is done, guys. Is anyone still holding AMC? I don't want to ignore it too much, but Vlad, averaging down is never the best thing, especially when the stock is weak. I've lost a ton of money that way. It could work once in a while, but a lot of times it would not work. And the momentum is just gone in GME right now. So if the momentum was still there, if the hype was still there, maybe averaging down would have been okay. I can guarantee you so many people added right here in this area, and now they're even more down, you know. Timing the market is kind of hard. Oh, you own puts. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Austin, you have like what, one share if I remember correctly. Bryant, that Lambo money is coming for you. Frank, what do you mean they're short sold tomorrow? Or shot? Yep, that's right, Luke. Yeah, imagine. TTOO. I had a big after hours and kind of sold off free market on Friday. Now it's just holding the, I guess, the 50% pullback. So you just got to see if it holds up. Obviously, stop under 290 would be something that I would consider if I was in this. Depends on when you buy. 10 or 50 of what? 50 shares of what? AMC? Yeah, the Chiefs definitely choked badly last night. I mean, give credit to Brady and the Buccaneers, but I was hoping for a better game overall. Even though I was rooting for Tom Brady, I was hoping for a better game. Zookeeper, considering the sheer amount of Bitcoin Tesla bought, do you think it's done moving up? I think a lot of public will be getting on the train as well, so it's kind of hard to say that it's done moving up because who knows? That's why I wouldn't want to trade Bitcoin, because I just don't know when is the top. I'm kind of guessing it. Am I ever never gonna sell it? If I'm never gonna sell it, then I don't have that money, so I don't really care for it. It's a risky type of thing, buying it now. If you're holding Bitcoin from, below 20 grand, I mean, you're chilling, right? But let's let's say that again. If you're holding Bitcoin below 20, you're chilling. But recently, 20,000 was the peak of Bitcoin, right? We never thought it was gonna go back up, and here we are, at 45,000 almost. Kevin McCoy, Brady can fit one more ring in his hands. Well, you could put fingers. I mean, you could put rings on the thumb fingers, but he could have had the 2 against the Giants. I think those games he kind of And I'm from New York, New Jersey, so Giants play like 10 minutes from me. So that was cool to see, but I think Brady could have had those Super Bowls. I think all those rings are custom made. $76 on Bitcoin. It's over. Nah. You live. Oh yeah, Marcus, that's part of the game, The pressure that he puts on the other team, they make mistakes. I mean, Chiefs definitely killed themselves with the penalties. In your opinion, I love how this is a football talk now, but I don't really care. As long as you guys are cool with that. Do I think the quarterback makes the team? I mean, I'm not a huge football fan. I'm more of a hockey and soccer fan, but I don't think it could win without a quarterback, right? So I think so. Yeah, Carson, but that doesn't really. In football, it's not as much of a thing. I mean, football, it's two different teams playing. Football is a game of 4 teams. You have the offense and defense on each team, and they're playing against each other. And who does better? So it's basically like two different teams playing against each other, and who does better combined. That's how I see it. It's not like any other sport where it's the same players on the field at all times. You will be surprised how many places take Bitcoin as a payment. Yep. Especially in Europe, you could pay for like subscriptions. You could pay for so many different things. I saw that on a couple websites, and also on the gas station nearby me, you could like buy Bitcoin now. So not only can you pay with Bitcoin, but you could buy Bitcoin. So I guess you just swipe your card and you get Bitcoin. I don't know how that works, but I was very confused when I saw that a couple weeks ago. I think Tom Brady is greatest of all time without a question at this point. There's a lot of great players out there, right? So well, if the game was, you know, 14-9, then I get it. But the game was 31-9. So it's not only defense, it was both. Tom Brady had some great plays. Gronk. I wouldn't Carson, but everyone's different. And those are all great quarterbacks. And I used to love Manning, man. When he went to the Broncos, I mean, I used to watch them play like it was my home team. I never watched Marino play, so I wouldn't know. I just know he's one of the greatest, but football is over. Back to the important stuff. Yeah, I don't know. SLV, like, what the hell is SLV even about? Besides the hype that we had, that was the craziest hype that I told people to stay away from. A lot of people are bag holding this. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. 1% loss is nothing, right? So if you're okay with 1% loss, maybe cut it and then reevaluate. If you want to give it some time to see it is kind of going up today, maybe set yourself a stop loss somewhere where maybe you'll risk a little bit more, but give it a chance to run. And then if it goes under 24.90, maybe get out. Those are the decisions you have to make for yourself. What's better for you? You got into the trade, so you have to kind of exit the trade yourself too, right? So LAIX was a big thing on Friday, right? And it kind of sold off completely. Another head and shoulders pattern, which I love. And it completely sold off. It did have a nice run pre-market today, but that might just be a bounce play that's going to get sold into because there's so many back holders at the open on Friday. Just be careful with it. Not a favorable chart at this point. If it reclaims $8, that's a different story, or even $7 at the open, and it holds it. When it goes up and it sells right off, that's not a good sign. But if it goes up and it starts holding, then that's a good sign. Kind of like Doge did. If you guys look at the Doge chart, which Doge is going again. Let me pull up the Doge. I don't know what time frame would be good. Maybe a 30-minute time frame. So here on Dogecoin, so we had that run last week. No, when the hell was this? That was in yeah, 2 weeks ago. And then you kind of sold off, and it kept holding higher lows, right? So it made the low, it went up, it came down, it made a higher low, and this is when you kind of get interested in it again. You don't want to just buying the dip unless you're just trying to catch the bottom, and what if it never comes back? In this case, it would have worked, but I'm trying to tell you that in many cases it wouldn't work, and you would be just losing, and you wouldn't know when to get out. At least if you get in, you know, higher, but at least you know exactly where to get out at the lowest low of that pullback. And here it kind of broke out. Didn't have much follow through, just a little bit, but now it's kind of trying to go again. It's gonna be interesting to see if it could break the 8.88 cents. And if it doesn't, then it could kind of roll back over, kind of like it did here, as you notice. It's called double top. Went up, and then this is basically the same pattern we were looking at. Right, so we had this, and then it kind of sold off. So we're looking at the same pattern right now. But it could break. Just depends. TDC. It's not rising that much. It's has super low volume. I don't know what's going on with this one. It had a huge run on Friday, but all the move has happened pre-market, and then once the market opened, as you could see, kind of sold off. CTRM, I don't think I went over that today. Maybe I have. Yeah, I mean that's curling up. It's kind of shaping up to go maybe to like the $1.10 for now. Just keep an eye on it. I don't know if you entered already. Obviously, it's already had a nice move from 10 cents up to 75 cents, which is a significant move. I don't know what the reason for it to move is right now. Once it starts moving and day traders jump on it, that's when you would kind of have the opportunity for it to go, you know, to that $1.50 range. PLTR. This chart is looking good. Let's check the daily. All right, so daily is looking okay. We do have a lot of resistance at $40 or $39.50. So that's something you would have to kind of be careful of, because again, of the head and shoulders pattern that could form. Let me show you what that looks like in this instance. So if this was the head, and it doesn't have to happen. There's a few things that would have to happen for this to confirm. This would be the second shoulder. All right, so if this rejects at $40 and then it breaks the low of this, that's the head and shoulder was kind of confirmed. Kind of, if you look at GME, GME kind of did the similar thing. So when this shoulder kind of, see how this high, it's almost identical chart. When this high got stuffed here and then rolled over, that's when the bearish pattern kind of came into play. This kind of already had a mini head and shoulders like right here, and it kind of maybe trapped some shorts here. Didn't really break the neckline, but it could do it again. And then if you just look at a bit bigger time frame, like let's say 4 hours, it could still roll over. But yeah, this is kind of, the shoulders could kind of here already. So this could be good. Lemonade, what's going on, brother? This is your stock, I know. What's your plan with it today? It's not doing anything pre-market, so we have to go based on Friday's action. It is a choppy stock. Let's be clear about that. So you just gotta scalp it, I guess. I mean, this day was beautiful here. Nice $10 move. Let's take a look at daily, see if there's any levels. Okay, on the daily, I mean, if this thing breaks 140, I mean, it's a good support area. Where are we at now? Yeah, 141, 140 level. If it breaks, that's because this candle right here, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, pressure onto the downside. If you guys are new to candlesticks, this means that this candle, this whole day, this stock opened at it opened very low at what was the open? At 145, went all the way up to 182, which is insane. That's a huge move, almost 30 points in one day. But then before it closed, it dropped all the way to 156. So then it only had a $10 gain on the day instead of having. So that means there was a lot of people selling here. And again, going back to the double top, which I mentioned a couple of times on different charts. Again, the previous high now becomes resistance, right? So now oftentimes what you would see is what I would be looking for is you have this, and then you break the neckline, and then you would want to get short, and then you set a stop. And if you short that there, you know, it could roll over down to, like, let's say here, because you have the low here and then you have the high here. So, and that would be a huge trade. But to short it, you have to either use puts or you have to have a margin account. AMC's back down to 686. Kind of boring type of freaking stock. Jesus. We'll see what happens with it today. See if there's any people that are still trading it. I don't know if it's going to have any traction. I haven't planned anything for the channel yet. I'm still trying to figure everything out. I was busy as hell this whole weekend. Obviously, Saturday I worked. Friday I was crazy busy after the stream. And then Sunday I kind of relaxed with the family. Did some work for business and then watched the Super Bowl. So I haven't set up any overlays. I haven't set up anything yet. I want to talk about futures trading. I want to set up something for that, how to get into that. I'll definitely talk about that in a little bit, like basics. But I definitely want to make more of a structure to the stream. Whether, I don't know if I'm going to be live streaming trades. I don't know if I want to do that. That's a lot of pressure. People might try to copy the trades, and there's plenty of channels that do that already. Chris, yeah, we talked about ZOM many times. Let's see. ZOM is still looking pretty good. The wedding went great. It was a good wedding. A lot of stress involved all day, but it's what I live for. Both my jobs are stressful. Oh, Lizzie, man. Lizzie was a good short on Friday. Yeah, Lizzie was not. It's not a good long on Friday. Obviously the The hype was early on, right? And that's a similar chart to someone that just asked about some what was the ticker? Someone just asked about a chart that looked kind of like this when it was going up multiple days in a row. And that's kind of what you got to pay attention to, is the sell-off. But Lizzie is still alive. I mean, gapped up a little bit today. It's trading at 14 bucks. I mean, it's safe to say probably that, you know, if it goes below 10.40, you could just get out or cut your losses. What's my take on Tesla buying 1.5 billion Bitcoin? I think one, Elon Musk is just trolling SEC. And two, I mean, did spike the Bitcoin to all-time highs again, so that's kind of cool to see. Will it continue? I mean, people are just waking up in the world, right? So, in the US at least. I don't know why Elon just decides to do all this stuff at nighttime. He never waits for people to wake up. He just does it. And all right, man, have fun at work. Don't work too hard. Max, good morning. I haven't traded a stock, Austin, in a while. SNDL was my last. SNDL and NAK was my last trades. I gotta kind of get back into it. Futures just been so much more fun for me. ZOM, it's hard to say that you're gonna be chasing it. If you do get in, just kind of be mindful of the downside risk. And you know, again, a lot of misconception in the investing communities that whatever money you put into the stock is what you're gonna risk and lose. That's not true. You could put in 10,000 into ZOM right now and risk only, let's say, $1,000, right? You don't have to lose all of it. A lot of times day traders use the small ranges. So let's say you get in right now, you would stop out at 212 or so if you could, or just in a 12-15 cent loss. Can I explain futures trades? Yes, I can. GME, again, doing nothing. Okay, let's check the market. So the cool thing about the futures market, obviously trades nonstop. It opened at 6 p.m. last night, Eastern time, and it's trading all the way until 5 p.m. today. It will close at 5 p.m. and then reopen at 6 p.m. So it's only closed for an hour. And it's highly leveraged, so you don't need to have a huge capital. The accounts, the minimal accounts, are only $100 for these brokers, which is unheard of in stocks. Obviously, when I'm talking about stock brokers, I'm talking about the real margin accounts, not some Robinhood apps or something like that. I'm talking about the real brokerages that require you to have at least like 5,000 or 10,000 in an account. Some basic ones require just 500. Yeah, Pee-wee. Yeah, I slept. I actually missed the interviews last night. I passed out. So when they were getting the stage ready for the trophy for the Super Bowl, I passed out, and then I woke up this morning at, I don't know, like 4:30, 5 o'clock. So I watched all of that, and then I was deciding what time I should go on the stream and what to do on the stream, which I haven't decided yet what I want to do on the stream. But kind of just want to get on, and since a lot of people have been tuning in for the last week and a half talking about AMC and GME, now we have to give a new structure to the stream that for people that want to stick around and learn about the markets. I know a lot of people are going to phase away from the markets after GME and AMC is done, but I know some people will stick around. Toya, good morning. Yeah, I mean, lost hope in it a while ago, right? Last week. Trading is not about hopes anyway. I happily took my profits, says Card, and I happily took my loss. Because I took that loss, I put more money into the mic that I bought. So, went to Guitar Center and bought a mic and a sound card. But yeah, AMC has no news, right? There's no news coming out that we know of. So there's definitely... Okay, FCB. I guess that's the football club. Basel for the win. Can you explain? There's some good reasons to hold AMC. Let's discuss that. NOK, ADMP, and NAKD. I spent almost 600 bucks TM on the mic and the sound card. This is not a typical podcast mic. The one I was gonna get was 250 bucks, but then I read reviews and the one mic that I wanted to get that I should have been getting, it was 400, and that would have been kind of this one purpose mic. So for 500, like 479, I was able to get this mic, which is gonna be a multi-purpose mic, and it sounds good. And yeah, it's basically the same thing, Brent. It just looks different, right? The Shure MV7, it's a dynamic mic, and so is this. It's a Beta 58, so it's super cardioid mic. Doesn't pick up a lot of sound. No, Beta 50, yeah, Beta 58. I have a couple of them for my rig for the production, but I also like Sennheiser. Sennheiser is my mics to go. My next purchase needs to be headphones. I need better studio headphones. Obviously, music is my life, so I love to listen to loud music. The cool thing about this mic is also wireless, so I can move around, and if I do any kind of talking and I want to do like a talking head and do different videos and I want to step away from the camera, I can. But yeah, Nokia is a solid investment, says Dew. I don't know based on what. But I did hear a couple of people say something about the 5G and stuff like that. So all I know is that Nokia has a lot of back holders at this point. Tell. When I see a chart like this, I see these candles, I'm not a fan. It just tells me there's not much going on in the stock. Super, let me check the float, but I'm pretty sure this is a high float. First, thank you for that donation, my man. That donation will go towards the new headphones, maybe, or something, I don't know. Maybe we'll do a giveaway or something. What am I looking for? Okay, I'm looking for a... Alright, so this is a cool thing that I check. This is with Trade Ideas, guys. Trade Ideas is the best scanner you could get for trading. Someone asked about Tell. And I thought the float was high just based... Guys, I knew the float was high based on these candles and how they traded. And look at the float. It's 206 million. That's a huge float for a cheap stock. which is not going to be volatile. And I wouldn't trade it for long term or short term even. Versus if we go on like the gap scanner, that's 69 million. Aria is 13 million, so that's better. I mean, that's 13 million. So the lower the float, the more volatility you will see in the stock, because the day trader market will able to kind of affect the stock. It doesn't require as many shares to be traded for the stock to move up and down. There's more opportunity to kind of scalp and trade that stock within one day. So FC says, based on AMC, I asked him what's the good news or what's the potential. He says because there's a high short flow. Actually, if it wouldn't squeeze, I hold as a long term. Maybe Netflix or Amazon might buy AMC. Anything is possible. That is true if you're not holding big size. If you're holding big size, you could still lose 50% of whatever is left. Just be careful with that. As far as being a high short float stock, the shorts are in control and they will be covering into the lows, so there's no chance of a squeeze just from that alone. If there is a buyout, then yes, possibly. And if there's a lot of hype about it again down the line, then yes, we could see a short squeeze. But for now, there's no hopes for it. As far as fundamentally, it's a broken company, right? So there's no hope for that fundamentally. Netflix buying AMC would be kind of cool. I don't know what they would do with it, but like, does AMC own rights to the movies, or how does a movie theater work? How does that process work where they could show movies, but let's say Netflix can't? How does that work? Is that like contracts with the movie theaters? Like, I don't know how that works. But I don't know what's involved in that. Max, yeah, even less sometimes. Like 10 million flow is even, if it's even high sometimes. 5 to 10 million I like. So TRXC, I have so many levels on this. That means I traded in the past. Yeah. I had to trade this stock a long time ago. Maybe not. Maybe recently. In January. I don't remember. What the hell? Oh no, I traded it here. Huh. All those levels that are on the chart are from here. From 2019. Let's see how they play out in this. So the lines that you see on the chart are from 2019. As you can see, 365, big support, 385 resistance, a little resistance here at 345, support at 326. It's just crazy how daily charts and levels and technicals work, guys. It's amazing. And that's the cool thing about TD Ameritrade and Thinkorswim. The data that you kind of put into it, it always saves for long term unless you delete it. So it doesn't matter if I log in on a different computer, those lines will still be there. So it's like in the cloud. Yeah, I don't think Amazon's gonna buy them either, but yeah, but that's just like hopeful thinking, right? Like there's no speculation of that. There's just it's just what people want because they're back holding the stock. Okay, Steven. But again, I don't think that would make a difference. There's not many people that would be able to move the stock individually. It's requiring a ton and ton of money for a GME to move. Not the little guys. William, but just keep in mind that AMC was at $5 prior to the squeeze. William, you know, if the stock was low before pandemic started, then what's going to save it? Unless they change the business model somehow. Not that we know of, Austin. It's lower than that, I think. But there's gonna be a lot of shorts involved in it now, but much higher prices, right? Around $17 to $20 average. They might be short now. So they're in money. They're not affecting the stock if they're covering. If they cover, it's just gonna have a little push up. Like this could have been them covering. And that's why it went up. And then new people would buy into here. And then they would just get dumped. You know how many trolls came into the stream, guys, on on Friday during this point? So many people. Well, not many, but that's where we got most of the dislikes. Because people that joined last week, and then when I started telling them that, it's not looking good, they kind of turned. They turned on us. Even one of the mods turned on us, so it's pretty cool to see. People just don't like to hear truth. But yeah, during this time, when it went from 655 to 827, we had some trolls come in, and they got really quiet very quick. Even though in my description clearly says that any spike that we'll have is gonna get quickly sold, and spikes are anticipated now. Actually, I could do that. AMC upside down. You want to see it? All right, guys. This is AMC upside down. The coolest thing about TD Ameritrade. This is AMC upside down. So if this was upside down, this would be looking like a breakout, all-time highs, breakout right here. But yeah, it's upside down. So we're looking to, like, this is a very common pattern to go up. I just don't get married to these stocks, guys. I've been doing this for a long time. I don't get married at all. It is hard to cut losses. I'm not gonna say it's not, but I'm not gonna start looking for some kind of news on the stock that has no reason to have any sort of fundamental news, and then you just hope that it goes up when clearly there's so many people stuck in it. So let's see what GME looks like upside down. So this is GME. Let's put it on the hourly chart. Look at this. I mean, it could also have like a slight pullback here, which means that would go up and then go back down. That's common too. That's what happened kind of with the overall market. If you look at futures market, if you look at the SPY, look at this chart and then look at this chart. Isn't that familiar? Pretty much the same thing. And then NQ had an actual pullback before it made highs. Versus NQ, which is a NASDAQ, had an actual pullback. This is something that we could see on GME, which would mean that GME would go up a little bit to like 150. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna get my phone. Hold on, guys. It looks like my email got hacked and people are getting random emails. Predict AMC up or down market open. Most likely flat. I don't see much. If it stays between like the $8 range and the $7 range, that's basically flat. That's my prediction. Thank you, Kai. That's the plan going forward. It's not even that it's honest. It's just what I believe, right? Every stream might be honest, but if they believe something else, it's different. Do you think the focus on AMC and GME will move this week for new traders to entering the market? What do you mean? Do you think those people are going to stay in the market as new traders overall? I think like a lot of people are going to give up and they're not going to trade again. And then a lot of people will try to kind of learn and dive deeper into stocks and investing and maybe try something else. Depending on what people are learning. FINRA thing, I don't think that's gonna make a difference though. The short interest could be super high because there's shorts that are, you know, piling into this because it's weak and they're winning. So the short interest will change nothing. That's why I hope they come in. And then Robert's asking, why did I get into futures? So there's a few reasons to why I got into futures. Well, one, a friend explained it to me. I didn't know about futures much till about a year and a half ago. And a friend of mine explained it to me, and I kind of got interested. And there's a lot of BS going on in the small cap stocks, and that's the stocks I trade. So with futures, it's basically a little bit different. It's more, I would say it's more controlled. So there's less things such as slippage. There's no halts unless there's some crazy stuff going on in the world. You could short and you could go long anytime you want without SSR and without having any restrictions on shorting. So if you think this stock in the next 5 minutes, or in this case the future contract is going to go down in price in this next 5 minutes, then you could just go short, right? Versus with stocks, you have to borrow the shares sometimes you can't short the best stocks because they run out of shares. They're limited on how many shorts you could actually get, and sometimes they're very expensive, so the fees add up. So there's a lot of different things. And other bonuses of futures is that you don't have a PDT rule. So if I don't want to keep a big account for trading, I don't have to. And then last year, with the business being basically much less than usual with COVID, I was able to not have to worry about having too much money in my account, because with futures you don't have to have as much money. It's always leveraged, and no matter what price of the futures market is, the price you pay is always the same. It's very volatile, so you can make good money scalping, which I like to scalp. And then you also get tax benefits. 60% of the gains that you have in the futures market is taxed at long-term capital gains. So long-term capital gains are much less than regular capital gains. Someone did mention that. Someone DS, someone did mention that. Or what do you guys think? I don't know. Damn. I should be rich. Should be richer than I am. What do I think about ETFs? I used to love ETFs. I used to love the oil ETFs, and I used to love the TVIX. Nowadays, I don't trade them anymore. They don't have TVIX anymore, and they don't have, what was that oil futures? Oils ETF. I traded that like a long time ago. I used to love it, especially when the oil reports came out. Oh, so good. A lot of people trade ETFs as their instrument, which is cool too. Like, if you trade ETFs as your instrument, then you don't have to do much research on stocks. You could just have your base of the ETFs, and you just go on that. Futures are just a different instrument to trade. Futures is trading the Nasdaq, the S&P 500. You could trade oil futures, you could trade gold futures, but I focus on Nasdaq, and I think Nasdaq is gonna have a nice rip today. And basically you could trade futures for, you know, much less than stocks, and you could gain a lot of percentage on your investment. Obviously you could lose the same, but what would you do if you only had 600 to start with? I would trade futures. Captain, I would trade futures, and I would try to kind of grow it to like $1,000 slowly, which is not gonna be easy, to be honest. Most traders lose money in the beginning. It's kind of like your education and your what do you call it? And your tuition to the market. This is what you see on the screen right now is a futures market. So the only difference between this and the stock market is that you just need a different broker for the most part. Some brokers allow you, like TD Ameritrade will allow you to trade futures, but you want to go with like discounted broker. And yeah, JV, that's the plan. I just got to figure out different steps for that video. Maybe I could do a stream specific to futures. That way I don't have to like look at the chat for a while. Let's say half hour. I'll do like a presentation and then do like a Q&A at the end, just so I could explain the basics. A lot of people have no idea how futures work, what the brokers are, and you know, that stuff. What's going on, Tommy? One second, guys. Just gotta check something. Any chance you could look at OPTT? Yes, one second. It's just hard to kind of like be focused and not have a plan for a stream. Like right now, if I go and do something for the stream, I'll kind of have to leave you guys for like 5 minutes, and people are gonna tune in and be confused. So I'm just trying to just answer as many questions. I know a lot of streamers out there are, you know, are trading, or they have, you know, a lot of people watching, so it's hard for them to answer questions. That way I try to make it more specific on the chat itself, and kind of, you know, whatever questions you guys ask, we'll just go over that. EXPI, no, it's not on my radar. Let me take a look. Yeah, it's a crazy move. Nice. What a return. Oh my goodness. From $6 in March to 135. Yeah, March was the time to invest. There's so many stocks that were beat up and down and just exploding right now. HOL. Big gap up on whatever day that was last week. And it's just been kind of grinding up, I guess. I don't like charts like this, because I don't really know what's going to happen. But if you got in early, then it's good, right? It's all about getting in early and anticipating. That's why it's like charts like this are hard to anticipate what's going to happen. getting on the pullback, let's say to $15. I mean, that's a huge gain. If you get $5 a share, that's huge. Also depends if you're playing on percentages or if you're playing on shares. Like, do you care how much money you make per share? Do you care how much money you make per percentage? Pay as far as like ROI goes, a lot of people do that, which when you day trade, ROI does not matter. ROI is a stupid indicator for day trading. And I mean ROI because, like, if you want to make $1,000 on Apple, it'll require you a lot more capital than making $1,000 on something like I don't know, what was the stock from? It was like JG, I think it was. Yeah, something like that. Right, so to make $1,000 on this versus making $1,000 on Apple, it's completely different capital that you require, but the risk is the same. So the ROI does not make a difference. What was the other platform you use for futures? M Global is one of the brokers, and then Tradeovate is another broker, and the other one that you saw was Tradeovate. The AMP futures, AMP Global is the one I would recommend if you are just opening one account. It's a little bit cheaper, but it's not as friendly when it comes to web browsing, web trading. You have to have an actual platform, which the platform is sick. I would have to open that. It's called Quantower. Oh, the market's open already. Holy crap, guys. I'm so used to getting on the stream so much earlier. I totally missed the open. Ding, 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 ding. All right, so on this scanner, we're going to see a lot of stocks start popping up. So this scanner is great for the bottom scanner. It's going to be like live feed of stocks that are hot in the day. AMC is selling off. Let me pull that up. I need to move my camera, I think. My camera is not in a good spot for a stock that's dumping. Let's have two charts up. Look, see this scanner, guys? How this stocks are just popping up. Like, look at this stock, YY. Freaking monster. My goodness. What the hell was that? From 122 to 130 in 1 minute. And AMC is dropping even lower. NAKD and NAKD is dropping. I got an NAKD when it ripped to 340. I never sold like an idiot. Ooh, panic selling is coming into AMC, guys. Panic selling is coming in. Once it breaks $6, it's game over. Sucks for a lot of people, but that's the game. You win some, you lose some. A lot of people are gonna get hurt if they just gamble. You can't expect to just go into the market, put your dollars on the line, and make money. It would just be too easy. No one would work. Everyone would just play with the stock market. It takes time. It takes a lot of learning. It takes a lot of psychology work, and biggest thing is you gotta reverse your brain. You gotta do opposite of what do you think you should do type of thing. it's easy to buy on the way up. It's easy to chase stocks. But getting in at the right time, it's sometimes difficult. And getting out is even more difficult. Human psychology wants you to hold the losers and hope that they come back. Because we don't like losing. I'm missing my freaking NQ trades. That's not doing much yet. A big pullback on the futures. The dip is an example of weekend and the wives telling the guy, "You better sell when Monday comes." That's true. Yeah, because you don't have a big size, so that's good. You were the smart one. Is there a scanner talking? Oh, it's called Trade Ideas. If you guys want a link, I have a link if you want to sign up with them. Give it a try for a month. It's $100. If you day trade, this is life changing. Dogecoin's at 8 cents again. One sec, I'll get that link. That's a Trade Ideas link if you guys are interested. I'll pin it at the top. Yeah, I'm having a little FOMO on Doge. Not necessarily. Stocks like YY are not necessarily useless. If it holds up, it could always make a second move. So you just gotta wait for it. Don't be chasing it. Wait for the pullback. If it starts holding up and starts curling up, then you would want to get in and just keep the risk management in place. But a lot of times you might want to short a stock like that. Yeah, Frank. I wish I had a broker buying with. Got REI. So we have REI spiking, guys. So any of these stocks that you pull up here, they move pretty fast, and you could definitely filter some stocks out. You could filter some stocks out so that way not everything's showing up based on your criteria, and there's just so powerful of a tool. But that's why, like, another thing about futures is I don't have to worry about any scanners. I don't have to worry about looking for stocks. I could just trade 1 or 2 symbols, and that's it. Even though stocks can sometimes be more exciting as well. So it all depends on what we're looking for. But see, REI. AMC party is jumping the ship. Apple. Apple is definitely a good long term. And then, are you trying to day trade it, Luis? Trading resources to read type of thing. It's a lot of YouTube videos. I would say is good. A lot of things that you read are outdated. BlackBerry is not doing much. BlackBerry is one of the stocks I really couldn't hate anymore. The ugliest chart. So many back holders. So many people got hurt on this thing, chasing it all the way up top. I don't really have much of an opinion on it overall, but if you are trading it in this range, then you are profitable, right? So if you're able to get it in here, then it's going up a little bit at a time. But when it comes to being a back holder in the, in this range up top, it's a long way to recovery. OCGN. Oh yeah, you're right. All right, so let's talk about restrictions like I mentioned earlier. Oh, never mind. That's a daily chart. That was a 5-minute. See, that looks beautiful. I didn't see that earlier. SINO is also moving. Futures market. So you guys could see how this level on the futures, look how beautiful this became a support. Losing on GME. GME's selling off. You're 100 up on day trading. IG. That's nice. See? 15 minutes in, up $100. Where can I day trade with less than 25k? Stocks, I could show you where. When it comes to day trading and you want to day trade stocks, I mean, you could trade futures, right? But if you want to day trade stocks under 25,000, this broker requires only $500 minimum. And it's called Capital Markets Elite Group. And it's offshore brokers, so the money is not in the US. Therefore, it's legal for them to have under 25k accounts. However, you do have fees. It's a real broker. So you have a platform that you got to pay for. And also, I guess the web platform might be free. I don't know. Yeah, I think, yeah, no platform fee. The Dash Trader Pro is around $110 or so a month, and then you have commissions, but that's one broker that you could day trade with. If you want to lower your fees, then you would want to trade futures. The SNDL has been 136 level resistance that has been giving it a lot of trouble, and OCGN is really ripping right now. Bill, I just saw your thing. I missed you earlier. So Bill, I haven't had time to prep anything for the stream, so it's a very chaotic transfer right now. OCGN, my goodness. I don't know how exactly to set it up to kind of go into futures. I don't know if I should just start trading them and focus on them. We haven't really paid attention much to AMC today. I mean, it's doing exactly what I thought it would do. It's just tanking again. So, I'm not sure what to even think of that. But what I want to do come on. So confused right now. Yeah, OCGN is definitely the one that's ripping up right now. Let's see what the daily looks like on that. And I don't know what the news is. The daily is just this is a short squeeze. That's what a short squeeze looks like. The biggest thing to see is to see if it's gonna hold up. You guys don't hear the music? I have music playing in the background. I've been playing music the whole time. Bill, how you doing, Bill? Are you planning on what's your wow, you guys haven't heard music the whole time? Now I raised it a little bit. Let's have some random music playing. I don't know. Hopefully it's copyright free. Why is it giving me so much difficulty? I don't get it. I'm trying to set something up. I can't figure it out. Something about doing this combine on stream. Yeah, there hasn't been a theme song yet. I did send out the logo to Fiverr to get like an intro done. Any forum chat you recommend? Chats can be don't panic and sell. What line are we talking about? I thought the line was at $16. Now it's at $6. Nana, it's too late. Meet Kevin. What about Meet Kevin? He's a YouTuber, so he's gonna be might be biased a little bit. Alright, so let's see if OCGN holds up its gains or if it's just gonna tank. I think it holds it on the way down. What a hold fest. See, I hate these holds. That's a restriction that they gotta get rid of. It's so stupid. Luke, what do I think of the YouTube gurus popping? I don't know what to say. Like the ones that are streaming about AMC and GMC and GME kind of have a history, right? So they kind of know what they're doing. However, I just haven't liked the fact that a lot of them were sugarcoating the situation just to get views, and I don't know what they're doing today, but I watched a couple of them last week, and it was just mind-boggling that they were still telling people to hold and to buy the dip, and that's just terrible advice. Even though they would tell you it's not advice, it's just opinion, but obviously with having 20,000 people watching them, it's going to influence some people to do what they say, and they would just do it to keep the hype. And I did tune into one of the chats or the streams on Friday when we had AMC go from, I mean, I went there at open, and the open had this big spike here from 650 to 830, and the emotions in that chat room were just like as if we were squeezing to $50. It was insane. People are like rockets, you know, go apes go, diamond hands for the win, and this and that, and I'm just like, it's like the emotional traders, man. Toya, thanks. Obviously, there's a lot of money on YouTube, guys. Obviously, you could make a ton of money when you have 20,000 people watching you. So for them, it's a kind of a job to kind of just hype it up and just do their job as an entertainer to kind of keep people involved, even though the entertainment part comes with people losing money. But at the same time, they don't really care about you. They just care about them, and they're just making money, right? I mean, if you look at the donations and the views they get, they don't really care how much they lose in AMC with, you know, a couple hundred shares, because they're making $1,000 a day, $2,000 a day with streams. Yeah, Dewkeeper, that's what it's about. And Grizzly, I'll take a look in a second. Dewkeeper, yeah, that's what they say it is, but because the volatility gets so crazy, but at the same time, I think that's BS. It should be able to trade, and some stocks trade differently than others. Some stocks, they allow them to kind of do more volatility in a quick time without halting, and the other ones, they hold so fast all the time. And I wouldn't care if the price opened where it halted, but a lot of times the price will gap down or gap up, get crazy from the halt, and then you have no control over the price, right? I've seen stocks go up from $10 to $80 to $100 in a day or 2 days, and then halt on the way down, and then open up at, I don't know, $30, $40. You know, like 60% haircut from the halt to the open. TLRY. Yeah, so pot stocks are on the move again today. TLRY is one of the main ones to watch. Yeah, it's a beautiful daily chart. I mean, if you're in the long term, it's a good chart to have. But is SNDL reacting to it? That's the question. Is SNDL running at all? Not really, not today. I mean, the chart on SNDL now, it's, you could tell the volume and the hype is gone from it. Just look at these candles, guys. Jesus Christ. And OCGN, look how fast it gave back its gains. It's open again. Also, if you guys are getting into day trading, there's a lot of chat rooms out there that you could join. Just be very careful, because a lot of them are not going to help you at all. Not even saying that they're bad, but they're not going to really... I made the mistake where in the beginning I used to go from one chat room to the next because, you know, they had a good sales pitch, and you would think that you'll be able to follow them, but you just can't. Any thoughts on GME? Yeah, I have my thoughts on that. It's completely done for now. Just gonna consolidate in this area. Not much range. Same thing with AMC. AMC is even worse. AMC is actually selling off today, quite a lot. $6 break is gonna be crucial because that is the area that we had the low the day. Actually, no, that was 650. But last week on Monday, I believe $6 was the low. If it breaks that, we could close the gap at $5, and then it's completely over. Then it's back to where it came from, right? So Wall Street won. Chasers got killed. I was one of them. I didn't get killed because I took a smaller trade, but if I took a bigger trade, I would have been really pissed. I've been trading 6 years or so. 2015 in the summer was when I started getting into the market, and I placed my first day trade on the actual broker in January of 2016. So exactly 5 years ago. And it's been tough. It's been a tough journey in the beginning, but I never gave up. Oh yeah, even day trading, guys. If anyone's making money, they went through some struggles. And the biggest sales pitch in day trading chat rooms and courses is that, oh, they struggled, so just follow me and I'll show you to how to avoid all the mistakes I made early on. But that doesn't work. It's just, you got to learn on your own, you know. Obviously you could get educated and gather information from YouTube and different things, but overall the psychology you have to learn on your own. Oh, TK, I forgot about that. Oh, we're breaking $6 on AMC. Oh, TK is looking promising so far today. It's not a big range stock. You can tell right away. Yep. It must have a high float. Let me check the float on that for you. If I could find the float window. Yeah, it's a 68 million float stock. Not many shorts involved. It's a grind. It's a grinding type of stock. It's not gonna have a move like OCGN, right? Let's check the flow of OCGN. Oh, the flow of OCGN is pretty high actually. Surprised it's moving as volatile as it is. And we were talking about this earlier, guys. Look at AMC reverse chart. So on this platform, I could look at AMC in reverse. And look how it works the same way. So if this was the actual chart and not reverse, this would be a breakout. And someone said earlier to just take a look at, basically flip the chart of AMC and you'll see where it's going, because it's upside down, you know, cup and handle. And with this broker, I could actually do that, and you could see how beautiful a breakout it is. But when you flip it upside down or flip it back to normal, that's actually the breakdown, right? Well, I'm glad I saved some people money at least. And I'm glad I saved myself money. ALPP is flying. Isn't that Alpine something? Alpine Sciences or some shit. It's an OTC stock though, so that's not on the. I was thinking of something else. That's a OTC stock. So OTC stocks are not tradable on every broker. Well, that was a fun stream on Friday. We had so much fun. All right, so we're at $6 key level. Let's see where we end up with this AMC. I really wonder what the other streamers are saying now. Oh, it's still ladder attack? Oh, damn. Hold the line, it's just a ladder attack. But yeah, ALPP is nice. How's my NQ doing? Wow, NQ, what a beautiful, beautiful breakout. Damn, what a miss. Yeah, Zultra is just hard to hold it now. I mean, it's not gonna go that much more down, but eventually it could go down to $3, $2, so you could still lose more. I had trolls coming into my chat telling people that, telling me that I told people to sell at the bottom, which I never told anyone to sell in the first place. But I sold at $8, so I saved $2 a share. So if you had a significant position, which I didn't, but if you did, $2 is $2. And also, it's a lesson. The hardest thing in trading, guys, just get this out of the way, is cutting losses. If everyone was good at cutting losses, trading would be much easier than it is. And trust me, the hardest thing about cutting losses is not the fact that you lost, but it's the fact that you have to cope with the situation sometimes. You cut the loss and the stock actually does work out in the end, but you cut the loss early. But the times you don't cut the losses is when you're going to get destroyed. So if you ever end up winning, it's not going to be enough to cover all the losses you've taken. Yeah, I got called big media. I got called the suit, or working with the suits. Making progress. And on Friday, people would tell me that I had a put or a short position on this, so I wanted to tank. I'm like, I wish I put a put on GME. It would have been a smart idea, but people just want to find an excuse to cope with the losses, right? So it's like playing a game in sports and then you lose, and everything you do is not, you don't own it to yourself and the mistakes you made and your team made. You just kind of blame the refs and you blame different things that happened. That's how it is. That's how a lot of people think. And other streamers and other forums are not helping with that. The diamond hands thing, I mean, that became a big thing, and like people just held. How do you put indicators for price support on TradingView? What do you mean? Lines? I could pull up TradingView. And we could go over that, how to set that up. If you guys are interested in free charts, you could use TradingView. So first and foremost, you gotta launch the chart, right? So you go to tradingview.com. You launch the chart. And obviously, the charts are not clean if you don't pay the fees, but they do work. So let's pull up see how Bitcoin's doing. So BTC USD. Alright, so Bitcoin is, so if you want to monitor Bitcoin, for example, but tell me what you're talking about. You want to put lines of support. So first you have to find the lines yourself, and you just go to the drawing tools, and then it's called horizontal line. And then if you have a horizontal line, you can just place it. You just place different lines on. I guess you got to select every time, or Control H it says. No, that would not be it. Alt H. Yeah, so Alt. So you select whatever you want, and you just select different levels, right? So the levels you actually have to find yourself. And how to find levels? Let's pull up a stock. Like, I'll do on futures since that's what we're going to be talking about. All right, so we have futures market. Let's pull out a little bit. So to find support resistance levels, what you want to do, what you're looking for at that point is different points of the chart that match up with each other. So like you can see, like, it doesn't have to be exact either, but you can see like right here we have this point, we have this point, and then we have consolidation on this point. So this is a good level to mark up, right? And then you can just go down the line and see any peaks. See how these peaks on the, you got one, two, three. This one almost counts. This one went down below it. It flushed, but it did close above it. Then you had it here as well. It broke out here a little bit, but you could see it did have a little bit of a resistance when it hit that line. And that's what I basically trade off of when it comes to like my main strategy. As far as NQ right now, NQ is gonna rip today. Same thing on the smaller scale. If you look here, this high now became support, which I had drawn right here. So you see how this support became very good and it ripped out. And now we gotta see if it's gonna hold again. And $6 is holding really well on on AMC, so there's still hope. You have 1K left. Yeah, with margin you could do a lot with 1K. And then with futures you could do a lot with 1K. Because it's crazy margin. Chang, so that's a common question. Chang is asking if GME shorts have not covered yet and there's still a high percentage of shorts on GME, will GME short squeeze happen in the future? So the key to a short squeeze is the shorts being in the positions and being squeezed out of the positions at a much higher price than when they're entered. Right now, the shorts are in control, so it doesn't matter how high the interest is, because a lot of stocks are heavily shorted. But for it to have a short squeeze, the shorts have to be squeezed. It's not just them covering at the bottom. If they're covering at the bottom of the price, they're winning. They're not in trouble at all. Versus if, and why is the price? I'm so confused. Why is the price on? One second, guys. I'm so confused right now. Oh, maybe it's just delayed. Yeah. All right. So trading view, I guess it's delayed. I don't know why, but it's being delayed right now. Oh, okay. Market is delayed. Okay. Oh, that's for the futures market. Okay. So this is delayed. This already happened on the real market. So it's something to be careful of. I had no idea. Yeah, people lost so much more money because they were looking into the short interest and they thought that's going to have a factor. So they kept holding and holding because these other guys were telling them, oh, the interest is still high. But I just want to understand, what is the point of a high interest if there's no longs to squeeze them out? Like, you need someone to squeeze out the shorts. Right now, the shorts are squeezing out the longs. It's the same thing, but in reverse. The longs are jumping out ship for the whole week of last week. Well, with the options thing, we've been hearing about that for so long, Bill. Last Friday, every Friday has been, and who knows how many options there is. But when it comes to shares, I don't think the shares matter. They could just, talk about whatever they want on Wall Street bets. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I think the short squeeze already happened. If a stock went from $5 to $500, the short squeeze already happened. Yep. It's happening, but just backwards. It's exactly what's happening right now. It's a long squeeze. Is there a triangle in trading? A lot of patterns are based on triangles. Because a triangle would happen with the triangle is you have a wide range in price, and then a triangle will bring the points together. So an example of that would be here. So that's kind of like a triangle here, and then we had the breakout out of the range of the triangle. Usually you want it to get as tight as possible on the influx point. I have no idea what you meant then. No, I thought that was one trade for the PGT rule. I would have to double check with that, but I'm pretty sure buying a stock guess we could search that really quick, because I thought you could buy and sell and consider that as a day trade, but not. You could buy. Yeah, so buys then sells the security on the same day. Some do. I've heard that they would not let you to even sell, but I think that's bullshit because you should be able to sell a stock even if you fall into pattern day trading rule. You just get suspended. I think that's how it should be. Because what if you're stuck in a bad trade and you want to get out? You have to be able to get out. Even if you're gonna fall into pattern day trading rule, you will just get suspended for like 60 days, I think. That's what happens with like bigger brokers. Yeah, Zoldroy, it's only US. And I don't know why you're trading with CFDs. You should be trading with Trade Zero in Germany. Germany, if you're in Germany, you should be trading with Trade Zero. Trade Zero is a great broker. Guys, do we buy the dip on AMC? What do you guys think? Who's buying? Should we buy one share at 11 o'clock? Damn it. I was getting excited by a dip. Mr. Snake up 200 bucks today. Congrats, my man. Nowhere to go but up. People have been saying that since $8. Another example. Look at this level. So let's say you bought at this level. Right now you're up $200 on one contract. This little section, it's $200 on a mini contract or $20 on a micro contract. Oh, I need to get I gotta get situated, I think, for tomorrow. Maybe we'll do the combine. I traded on Friday. I didn't trade today. I just got on the stream too. Too unorganized trade. Since AMC took that nosedive last Monday, it never recovered at all. Yep, exactly. So Monday is when I changed my bias completely. What's going on? Welcome to the stream if you're just joining. We got on a little late today. I guess we're not going to be streaming at 4 a.m. anymore because there's no point. So we'll see where we go from here. Maybe some live trading, maybe some combine. We'll do a combine for futures. Oh, but Rockets, we'll buy it. We're not stupid. But I know what he's saying. People are gonna be like, "Oh, I told you to hold." Yeah. Good one. How is Mr. Portnoy doing? Is he still holding? There's no way he's holding still. Oh, emergency press conference 9 minutes ago, guys. Let's tune in. Let's see what our best friend has to say. If you guys are first time to the stream, we watch this guy whenever he posts something.
Okay, emergency press conference time. The morning after Tom Brady wins his 7th Super Bowl, obviously first with Tampa Bay. And this is for Patriot fans. I feel sad. I know I just feel sad. I'm melancholy. I don't know if I've ever felt melancholy before, but I'm used to when Tom Brady wins the Super Bowl, I wake up, I consume every single piece of media there is. I watch every show, I read every article. The Patriot hatred, I drink it like Gatorade. Everyone just so mad at the world and mad at us that we just keep winning. And it's the days I live for, getting ready for a parade. We'd have the most Super Bowls of any franchise. That's my guy, Brady. That's our guy. And I'm happy for him, but I'm sad for me. I don't know even if bittersweet is the right word. I'm just like empty. I didn't think I'd be this sad.
He must have lost the bet.
I don't like watching Tampa Bay fans celebrate. He's not your guy. He's my guy. He's our guy. And, you know, I love Belichick. I'm a Belichick diehard, and, like, the Patriots will be back. But you see Brady and Gronk, those are, like, that's us. And I should be the one celebrating and rubbing it in and snarky tweets and it sucks to be you and you hate us because you ain't us and everything we've been through for 2 decades. Another one, we should have another. That's how I feel. Like, oh, that should be me. I'm the one who has great sex, not you. I know how great the sex is. I don't want you to have it. I didn't think I'd feel this way. Like the pictures of Brady doing the 7, and I'm just sad.
All right, so you didn't talk about AMC at all. Let's see.
It's just sad. Again, I'm happy for him in a way. By the way, Jay, I didn't see this. Jay did say what state is next. The golden overs. 60? Damn, I'm getting up there, boys.
I don't know if he's sold or not, but he should have never rebought. Yeah, the paper hands guy that would have lost probably over $1 million now if he held. Kai, I haven't traded anything today. Just got to stream late and haven't been organized. I'm watching futures, but probably not gonna take anything. I feel like I missed the futures trade. But the one stock that was ripping, I don't know if it still is. Oxy, look at Oxy, guys. See if Benzinga's talking. Robert, good morning. Are you still holding your AMC? Oh yeah, people are asking how to fund their accounts with credit cards and debit cards. I'm like, ooh. It's never fun. That's good. I mean, your average was great, so probably not a big loss, right? You were one of the few that had a good average. AMC 21 soon, yeah. We wish. If it gets to 21, it's going to 40. Is anyone else trading anything? I want to show you guys this trading combine that I might do. Done it once. I did not pass. It's not easy. Alright, so this is called Top Step Trader. It's basically for futures trading. And what you could do is you could get a account. I believe it's like there's a discount. It's not actually this much, it's a little bit less. And what you could do is you could pass a combine or a challenge basically, and if you pass it, they'll fund your account. So then you just split if first 5,000 on the real account is yours, and then you split 80-20% profit. So you keep 80%, and the broker and then actually the firm will keep 20% of the profits at the end of the month or whenever you withdraw. And the reason this is good, it's because it's going to allow you to get into the game for about $100. I think it's like 120 or something like that for this. You have to make $3,000 twice, so you have to make $6,000 total, I think. Yeah, you have to make $6,000 total, which is not easy, but again, it's not your money, right? So it's not as big of a deal. The biggest things are the rules that you have to implement, which is daily max loss. You can only lose $1,000, and then you have to do it in 2 steps. So once you make 3,000, you go back to 0, and then you do a second step, and the second step has a little bit more rules, which, like you can see, weekly loss limit is $1,000, so you can only lose $1,000 in a week. So in the first step, if you lose, let's say, $900 in day 1, you reset for day 2. You start at negative 900 on day 2 as far as your overall target goal, which is $3,000. But when it comes to having the next day as, you know, as a fresh start, is fine, because you could still lose another 1,000 that day. The max you could lose is $2,000 in a row, so you got to be careful with that, which is difficult. And yeah, so there's, you know, it's pretty challenging. That's why I failed. I don't remember which step I failed, which part of the, I think it was max loss on the day. Maybe I didn't stop out in time or something. But it's something to kind of get your feet wet, because it does attract emotion, right? So like when you just do like a paper trading, I guess, study, and you practice for a little bit, there's no emotions involved. So you're just gonna buy and sell, and somehow you're gonna make money because there's just no emotions. Versus with this, even though it's not real money, there's still emotions attached, because you're trying to pass a combine to get funded, and you could pass this in 15 days, so that's the minimum. So first step is 5 days, second step is 10 days. They just want to see if you're consistent enough to do it. But I wouldn't be surprised for someone to take, you know, at least a month to pass this, unless you trade a significant size. But it's something to get kind of your feet wet with futures. They also have Forex, but I have no idea how that even works. Destiny's asking if the GME crazies are gone yet. I think so. I think they are gone. Well, trading currency is different than trading. I'm trading, you know, the stock market, so I don't know. I don't know how the range is. I don't know what to expect. Zoldra, if you're asking about the top step and you're saying if they want to find talent, yeah, but it's also a business model. They know that most traders fail, so they make a lot of money on the commissions of the subscriptions that you pay to get into the program. But I know they send you like a stat based on how many people actually pass every month and how much money they pay out every month, so it's still a significant amount of money. Yeah, because they have, like, once you go live, they have, you know, they have protection in place. That way they can't lose. Can't lose much. ZOM's going up. Nice. ZOM is looking nice indeed. AMC, did it do anything just now? No. Yeah, AMC's been ripped since last week, I guess. GoPro is a crappy company, even though I got the GoPro 9. They haven't, you know, come up with anything new for so long that it's hard to say. Fundamentally, they're not a great company. They're a good small company. They're not a great publicly traded company. It doesn't look like they're going up any. Yeah, they tanked. That was the earnings report, right? Yeah. Yeah, not a fan of that. Zio, when did you get in? Chris? Ooh, that was a tight stop loss. If you went below this level at 2 or 3, you'd have been still in. But yeah, this level 213, it was kind of smart, but then it kind of, you know, it held up. Yeah. It's all timing. Were you in it from, when'd you buy it? Oh, you bought it when the market opened and then you sold it soon after? Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad stop loss, I guess. Should just try to buy that dip, maybe. It's all timing, that's for sure. But let's see how NQ is doing with this level. So it's trading within this range, which is just beautiful to see. Do I ever use patterns to make decisions on when you buy in? Yeah. A lot of times I use a pattern based on who's trapped, who's on the wrong side of this particular move, but not specific patterns as far as like flags and stuff like the textbook patterns. Yeah, they don't really work often. I mean, they work, but a lot of times they don't work, right? So just going based on that, it's just hard to be, at least for me, it's hard to be consistent. Yeah, that's what I said, Chris. I was like, no way. If you had that stop just below 203, it would have been fine. Head and shoulders. Yeah. It's just, this is the overall market. So overall market, it's just been going up so much. On the bigger time frame, but yeah, right here it's head and shoulders. Good eye. So now when it retests the low here, we also had a mini head and shoulders here. Look, if you think about it, yeah, it's not holding up though. And then this shoulder, it's, every pattern is gonna be like, in textbooks it's perfectly drawn and stuff, but it's always a little hard to be exact and precise with the levels and how long it takes for the shoulder to, you know, set up. Well, Chris, don't beat yourself up too much, because having too wide of stop losses is not the best. But are you over PDT rule, Chris? Nice recovery on that shoulder. Bill, it just depends. It could be just for a short-term period. It doesn't have to be for overall reversal of the whole market. But the range here is insane, guys. Like, you can make so much money just trading this. It's one trade, Chris. Buying and selling is one. Prove I missed. Hey guys, I gotta do something really quick. I'll be right back. I just gotta do something really quick. Yeah, yeah, Bill. But I'm just talking about on the, like, this would be a trend reversal, right? So if this is going up, this would be a reverse of the trend. This would be a false breakout. Guys, I'll be right back. I gotta take care of something important. Just give me like 10 minutes. Wow, what a drop. Wow. I just ate really quick. I was dealing with a customer service thing. What a pain. What's going on, Asia? Wow, Bill, look how close we came to this level here. But this level is not as exact. It's kind of like a range. You could see that if you look at it here, the test that, so it's pretty crazy. Also, like the support is not a price level, it's range, right? So it's not exactly to a dollar. A lot of times it will work to a dollar, but in Asia, not much. We kind of got to the stream late today and don't have much of a plan for today. I'm still trying to figure out what direction to take the channel in and what audience to grow. Yeah, I think you're right. One second, guys. I just gotta mute the music for a second. Here comes the test. Imagine it bounces now, Bill. Phone call once.
Do end up dropping down there. We do still have more buyers and sellers, which does show a pretty decent amount of market manipulation, in my opinion. We are seeing it happen, my friends. I know this is frustrating. I know it's frustrating, guys. This is an emotional roller coaster for me too. I don't mean to sit here and complain. I'm not that kind of guy, but it's tough for all of us. It is. I understand. I 100% understand. Be patient. Be patient. If you didn't sell at 20, I really highly recommend not selling now unless you absolutely need the money, in which case I understand everybody's in a different situation. Feed yourself first, keep the roof over your head. But this is the...
Oh, God. Look at that, Bill. Look at that. Even if you just tagged it, that's already $13 move. More than that. 15. This guy Trey is saying, this guy's saying that the bottom has been found. And yeah, don't sell now. Oh my goodness. I don't care what anyone says. These levels are amazing. Huh. It's just very important, guys, to get in. You could always wait a little bit to see if their level, because sometimes it'll blow right through the level, right? So you got to be careful, but you always want to do it on the first test. Don't do it on the second test, because look what happened here. Yeah, we had the first test here, then the second test is still kind of held, but the third one blew right through. So I would only do it on the first test. And now I might retest this 38 level. But even like right now, that's already a nice trade. It doesn't have to go any higher. That's about 15 points, almost 20 points. So if you take a mini contract, which will cost you $1,000, you are already up $400. And if you take a micro contract or two, you just get, 1/10 of that. But I would keep a tight stop loss on that now. Break even stop loss. If I had multiple contracts, I would take some off. Hello?
Shoreline sent you a final warranty notice in the mail, letting you know that the warranty on your vehicle has expired, and this is the final call for you to renew before we close the file. So would you like to hear your options about getting back under coverage?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, I just need to ask you a few questions to see if we could still get you qualified. Do you have less than 150,000 miles on the car?
Yes.
Well, that's excellent to hear because it is always great to have peace of mind with a warranty for your vehicle. So may I transfer you over to a specialist so that they can go over those options with you?
What kind of car do I drive?
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. I just didn't hear you that last time. I just wanted to know if I have your permission to transfer you over to a specialist. That way they can go over any options on getting you back under coverage. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Please hold.
Let's see if I could get off this stupid calling list.
Hi, this is Scarlett with Warranty Protection Services. Please verify the year and model of your vehicle.
2020 Lamborghini Diablo. Oh no. That didn't work. She must be smart. She's like, no, Diablo is in the 90s. Damn, I wanted to get off the list. Someone just subscribed or donated. Subscribed, thank you. Oh my god, Bill, look at that. Yes. I love trading, guys. My god, I'm missing so much money today just because I didn't get on stream early enough and I wasn't organized. Sometimes these levels don't get obviously as respected as they get respected today, but it's just amazing. And then the red line is the 20 moving average. So when that's down sloping, when it's flat, it's different, but when it's down sloping, that will be the target. Final target. Next tag would be the support. Now will be resistance, right? At 40, 640. Yeah, AMC is not doing anything, guys. It's a turd. I just watched the streamer say that it's at the low and they shouldn't sell now, and that just boggles my mind. But yeah, preach the bad habits. Why don't you? Oh, another phone call. 1 second. The head and shoulders is just something I notice all the time, but I don't really use it to enter or exit trades. But it is a trend reversal type A pattern. So all it means is that you just want to kind of pay attention to when the stocks are making some highs initially and then they break out but quickly sell off under. So a lot of times what you will see in the stock is once there's a resistance level, so when it goes under and it breaks out, it will, on the pullback, it will hold and then continue higher, right? But when a stock goes up and then goes under this level and doesn't hold really well, then this level now becomes again resistance, because it was resistance here, so the highs here now become resistance, and then oftentimes this is what happens. And I see it over and over again. It just helps me kind of realize to not get short here. So head and shoulders is for a shorting pattern, basically, if you want to go short. But when you trade futures, you want to be open biased. You don't want to just be buying. You want to be shorting. And if you think that price is going to go down in the next 5 minutes, go short. If you want to go long because you think the price is going to, like here, we would have bought to go up. And this little move up, you could make, you know, a nice profit. Pix Gaming, that was like overnight. That's why Bitcoin skyrocketed earlier. Benzinga is so quiet today. Whoa. Oh, it's a 100% move. Well, just going straight up. I guess that's an OTC stock. I'm not sure if that's OTC or not, but yeah, it's OTC. Not really interesting to me, but it is going up. Yeah, it's a big move. 100%.
Down to 575. This has been the lowest point that we've touched in the last. For a $20 call is, 5 cents. Or that's a sell, right? To buy would be about 6 cents. So puts are different. You can see here a put, right? The premium's pretty high premium. But down here it's cheaper, right? So a premium on a
He's explaining options, I guess. Nah. That's what everyone wishes for. There'll be too many millionaires in the world of trading if that was the case. GNW. Let's see what stock that is. I wonder if anyone ever gets like Apple or Tesla from Webull. On GNW, yeah, the gap is closed. How is ES looking? Alright, so let's draw some levels on ES and see how they would play out today. So ES is the SPY, it's the futures market. It trades similar to the NASDAQ. Let's go to, let's say, an hourly chart. Actually, hourly is too wide. So that's why I hate all-time highs. It's hard to find levels. But you can see right away, main one. You have the high here, and the low here is the same. This is the same. That's kind of... Yeah, this one's not as clear on a wide... Maybe 15-minute chart will be cleaner. The bigger the time frame, the more significant the levels are, in my opinion. So if you're trying to, you know, put levels on the chart, on a daily chart, is the most important. Then if you zoom it into like a 20-minute chart, 30-minute chart, it still works, and that's what I use. But this is amazing. I don't even know how I got that level, but damn. Where's that level from? Oh, this level's from like here. See? The high here before the big sell-off. And it also touches a couple other points. Boom, to $1. X01. Yeah, that does look good. It is a very low volume type of stock, so just keep that in mind. Wow, it's gonna retest this level at 640. Is the 1030 sell-off a true thing? I don't know exactly where you got that from. There's a few different, I guess, strategies I could use, and I've seen that before, but I don't know if it's a true thing or not. I guess it depends on what you're looking for. A lot of people just trade the open, right? And they leave after that. How is Dogecoin doing, guys? OCGN still ripping anyway by any chance? Oh my god. Good consolidation here. The volume hasn't been going up. Volume's been decreasing. You see that? Marco S. GME is basically done. It's gonna take a lot of work for it to come back. Yeah, I mean that's the hardest part. That's why I like futures. There's only 2 charts I look at. But once you get into the rhythm of trading and you get focused, you kind of find the patterns, and you kind of find where where you should get in. Are you still in, Marco? OCGN is very overextended. I mean, buying dips is still probably feasible, but I'm sure you've traded it, Ryan, already. This consolidation was beautiful. This was kind of sketchy here. Like if I was in it and what the hell was that? If I saw this, I'll be kind of sketched out that I might roll over. But that actually was the move that fueled this move. So not every time, typically, before the big move is always some kind of trap. So this right here is a trap for shorts. So shorts might be already stuck in here a little bit because this was a crazy move from $8 to 14. So they might think it's overextended, so they might get in. And right here, shorts are piling in on the pops. And then when this move happens, some longs definitely got in here and they got out. But also what happens is the reverse of that. Once this goes up, there's longs that buy in here. And then when it sells off, shorts get in here because then the shorts think that, all right, these longs that bought, they're going to get flushed down and it's going to go down. And when that doesn't happen and this stock holds up, all these shorts that pile in throughout this whole thing, they got to get out when it starts squeezing. And that's the reason for this move. Can it go higher? Wouldn't doubt it, but would I be buying it now? No. Would I be riding it if I was in? Maybe. I don't think I have enough patience for that. It's already up from $3 to $17 or $18. That's why everyone asks me if we should hold AMC. I say no because there's other opportunities in the market. Also, you bought in at the flag break, Ryan. You bought in like around here. It's a perfect entry. What does Nico want? What question? Pump staff. Nico, yeah, that doesn't really matter. Do whatever you please with that. Freaking Elon Musk and a lot of celebrities are pushing Dogecoin. Well, how many shares do you have? If you have a lot of shares, then if you sell, you still have a lot of equity, right? Well, you might not be able to make your money back with the money that you have left over, but if you add more money to your account, then maybe you'll be able to make money back. Because 144 shares, every dollar this goes down, you lose $144, right? So it's hard to say, because then every dollar goes up, but is it gonna go up? Like if you sold on Thursday or Friday at $8, you would already save $300. No averaging down. It's never good. Averaging down is good in a uptrending stock, not downtrending stock. And I don't mean averaging down, I mean adding to your winning position on pullbacks, which typically is already above your average. You forgot the F. It's BTFD. So let's take a look at daily of this stock. All right, so you're coming up to some resistance levels here on the 10-year chart. This is from 2019 though, so it's not that far away. So 2170 would be like the ultimate target on OCGN. But right now here at these levels, look, can you guys believe that? Right, we have these levels. Look at that. I had no idea, guys. Look at this level right here. $14. Let's go back. See these peaks here? That's $14. And I just saw that and I clicked on it just to see if it would reference to today's action. And it can't be any more perfect. Yeah, OCGN could dump eventually, yes. You're not following what I was saying earlier. Basically what I was saying is, you're saying that you don't want to sell now because you're already down so much, so you might as well hold. But people have been saying that since it's been dropping last week, and they would have saved a lot of money if they had like 100 shares, you know, because it was just at $8. What is it at now? 6? Yeah, it was just at $8 on Friday. You know, it was just on $9 on whatever day that was, the 4th. So people didn't want to sell then, and now it's just bleeding out. And it could bleed, you know, it could go to $3. It's hard. I know it's hard to cut the loss. At one point, you're just like, oh, I'm just going to hold it. No, I mean, I'm just giving you... Don't think that it can't go any lower. That's what I'm saying. If you're okay with losing it all, then that's fine. But if you sell now, you have to be okay with it going up to like $7, $8 if it does. But that's very unlikely. But in certain cases, it could happen. What was your entry again? Whoa. 21? 144 shares? Oh, okay, I was gonna say. Yeah, because SNDL is a super high float. And it needs way more volume than that. It has 712 million float. So to move this stock, you need insane amounts of volume. That 200 million is not even one third of the float. No, I haven't seen what the hell they say. Did they say that movies are gonna be great again? I feel like they keep posting something. Wow, Tom and Jerry in the movies. Online streaming services. I don't see that. Yeah, that's gonna be basically just the movies that are already out on DVD, probably not fresh movies. So it's gonna be no different than every single other streaming service. You got it, Bill. I could look at NQ all day. Almost. Very close to view op. Good afternoon, Blue Spot. Because why do some people ask for financial advice? Because they're brand new, they have no idea. But it's not even allowed for someone like me to give them advice. Those were some sick ads.
White House says Congress will decide threshold for direct payments under COVID-19 bill, but still being negotiated.
Yeah. I mean, there's services out there that will do that for you, but you'll lose every time. Yeah, we just looked at OCGN. Nice rip again. Yeah, it's just a short squeeze in real time. The 20 period moving average is acting as support perfectly. What's your target, Ryan? I thought I had a level up there. Yeah, so 2150 would be my target. Oh god, there's so much more chart. But yeah, 2150 would be my target. But oh, this is like the I remember this stock. I remember this company. Oh my god. I had a friend. His dad is a big trader and he trades with like some big guys. The guy lost so much money on this. Imagine being long this with millions of dollars and then waking up to this next day. Oh, so that's so expensive. So I guess this stock does have a lot of room to go up, but I almost want to say congrats on that loss. Sometimes it's needed. What stock was that, Chris? Sorry if I keep missing stuff in the chat. Because Robinhood is a small percentage of the actual stock market and the volume. A lot of Robinhood traders have a very small amount of shares. Anyone with big amount of shares will not be usually on Robinhood, right? They want to be on a more legit broker that they have more control over. I get Sean's point. And I don't want to do that either. That's why live trading might not be the best thing to do. Because people will try to just copy the trades, and then if I have to take a loss or something. Yeah, Fidelity is one of the biggest brokers. They have trillions, like I think 7 trillion of assets. You're pretty much safe there. I'm trying to open this stupid bottle. Getting closer to VWAP on NQ. So now NQ is kind of reversing. So now we have the reverse of head and shoulders type of play. So we went under. So we had this level before as support. We ended up going under. And now we retested over. And then we went under. As you could see, we held that line. So we actually didn't fully go under. Let me explain that again in a better sense. Let's zoom out a little bit. All right, so we have support twice tested, right? Third time it broke. And it broke, and then the bounce of this support that we had drawn. Again, guys, this line was here before this. When this was trading up here, this line was already up here. I just took it from a daily chart. And now what we have is the opposite of this right here. So basically we broke the support, we bounced off here, and now we went back over the support, which is now, this was supposed to be resistance, which oftentimes you'll see something like this and continuation on the downtrend. But when it breaks it, what you want to see is if it holds it. So to see if the stock holds a support level that was previously resistance. So this was resisting a little bit, finally broke, and it curls back up. So you see how it pulled back right to this line, and this happens so many times. And now it could reject VWAP and go down, or it could continue to go up here and retest this level again. But that's why entries are so important. I like to enter around these lines and let the chart just dictate where it wants to go. Again, the trades are pretty quick. Sean, you sound like a day trader, right? If I'm not mistaken. You've been trading for a bit. Yeah, just Asia, just psychological numbers. High frequency trading and all that stuff, and that's how we could trade off the chart, because patterns tend to kind of repeat themselves, and also like the price action tends to repeat itself. So previous highs, if the stock pulls back and then goes back to those highs, oftentimes will cause resistance levels at those levels. Obviously, the more times a resistance level or support level is tested, the weaker it gets, because that's basically a wall. So imagine having a wall and you try to break it, right? So if you have a hammer, try to break a wall, it might take a few knocks, and then you have to take a break. So you pull back, and then you drink some Red Bull, and then you go back to that wall and you start knocking on it, and then you pull back once again, and then the third time, finally, you're able to break through and go through that wall. So a lot of times the third break is when it breaks, sometimes the second. I like to just get in on the first attempt. Like this, for example, here would have been a little bit difficult to sit through. Right here, because it tested it, it went up. Let's see how much it went up. So you got it here on this line. It went up 18 points. So 18 points with NASDAQ futures is $36 per micro contract. So it's still not bad. If you had a mini contract, that's $360. Because oftentimes when I'm up this much, I will set a stop at break even, and I would have been just tagged, and I would have been out, and then would have missed this whole move here. What's the best way to trace a Fibonacci? So Fibonacci is just a percentage. Can you guys hear the dog barking? This is the test of the new mic. See? This mic is way better. It doesn't pick up the noises around the room and around the house. Yeah, it's a Shure, like a singing dynamic mic, so I'll be able to use it for my work too. But I just realized that it's on the battery, right? So on the battery, the battery in here, it's crazy good. So I should be able to last every stream without having to charge it. But why do some people ask why people are asking things? I don't know. Guys, there's no bad questions. Everyone is free to ask whatever they want. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't want to answer basic questions. Oh. Yeah, Sean, I know. But Sean's talking about more about like more of a logical thing. People shouldn't be asking for entry and exit points from anyone. But maybe Sean didn't realize there's a lot of new people here that have no idea about the markets. They just got into the market based on AMC and Wall Street bets type of thing. So they're completely new. So it's all good. No harm done. NIO, I don't know. It's just a good investment, I guess, for now. Just follows Tesla, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's what it takes. The way I got into it, I don't even remember. I just got into the, trading, and let me show you guys someone that I used to like kind of be intrigued by when I started. I'll show you guys his video on how he trades so fast. He changed his style as of last year or so, but in the beginning, let me find a video.
With Fundrise, the same kind of...
Let's go to like
Good morning, it's Clay at claytrader.com. This will be a live trade video where I try to capture some trades as they unfold live. Market doesn't open up for over an hour, but CRON with some great movement right now. Already took one trade on it, which you can see the details of down here, and have another order out there right now about a minute ago. Right, I will pause. Have an order at 975 on
So just
CRON
scalping
here.
like counter
Just a
trend.
total collapse after the official open. But right now holding strong right there around the 10.
But he has a lot of
mark.
good day
Wants
trading
to
videos.
collapse a little bit more. I would definitely be interested.
Let me see. I'll watch the whole thing. But yeah, okay, so
Getting close.
so he has an order. So the stock is at 983 right now. He has an order out at 975 to buy. So he's trying to buy into this dip. And then he's going to try to sell it right away from 985. So he's just using the volatility of the price to get $50 out of this trade in seconds. So watch. You'll see it get filled. Once this turns green,
Okay, so
he's
I'm
in.
there for my opening allotment.
So let me pause. So he got filled just now. 500 shares. You saw how quick he got filled.
Reuters reporting that U.S. transit agency is set to receive $30 billion. U.S. airports, $8 billion.
Oh, no one cares. All right, so he got filled really quick. On Robinhood, 500 shares was not going to fill that quick. This is a direct access broker, so it's different. This right here, what you see is a level 2. So you see all the buying and selling going on and the offers and the bids for the stock. Okay, so he's in, and now he's just going to try to scalp it for 10 cents. And let's see if he gets it right away.
Go to 951 for my next batch.
So then he's going to add a little bit more. So he's averaging down, which is never a recommended thing for rookies. But let's see. He might not even see. He got out.
And never mind.
So he took that. He made $50 that quick. And he's going to just do it over and over again. And that's how he scalps. I feel like it's too late for me to get on Doge. Getting Doge was to get in on the pullback from last run up. Buying it now is like buying AMC at $15. I'll pass. Doesn't mean it can't go up higher. It can. XRP did that, but I don't know. Everyone does their own thing. I'm okay without making money on it. Doge is a meme, but it's going up. There's definitely a lot of money potential in that. Yeah, Webull platform is really good, guys. I actually have it. So this is Webull. This is Webull. So Webull is actually really nice. I believe they have a simulator. Do they? Gotta check. Stocks, markets, screener, customize, account, paper trading. There we go. All right, maybe not. Whatever. So, what was that stock that we were watching? The crazy one. OPGN. OCGN. Not available. I guess I can't paper trade. I guess you have to log in or something. Maybe have an account. I don't have an account with them, but platform itself is really solid. I wish they had if they had the futures charts, I would definitely sign up. But someone was asking about Fibonacci, so OCGN would be a good example of Fibonacci. So what you want to do is you go to your studies or drawings, and Fibonacci replacement is here. So let's say from the low of the market open to the high of the first initial move, it pulled back around 50%, which is pretty much, I guess, the max it could pull back without recovery. This is pretty steep of a pullback. I would like it to see above 38%. So like right here would have been nice. So all of this consolidation, that's why I don't use Fibonacci though, because I don't really have a rule set for it. But I know some people use a 38% pullback. But I wish all of this happened above this line. But in the end, it still worked out, right? So if you use Fibonacci, they would have kind of screwed you over. Sometimes using less is more. Just being able to see the pattern that this is holding up. This was sketchy again. This was sketchy as hell. But once this happened, didn't come down. All the shorts got trapped, and now it's squeezing. What I would be looking for now is a head and shoulders. So if you're long and you see head and shoulders, obviously that's your time to sell. And if you are not in a position and you want to short, that would be your entry, signifying the backside of the trade. Robinhood user interface is perfection. For day trading, far from perfection. If you actually see how much slippage you get between when you press the button versus what the price you actually get executed on, it's just not. I guess for a phone, maybe it's okay, but when it comes to day trading, there's no way you could day trade on Robinhood. What part is sketchy? I don't know. I don't remember which part was sketchy now. Damn. And Asia, just so like you know, we call this a chart, not a graph. Not that it really matters, but once you get in the lingo of trading, right? A chart is the correct term. No, it's fine. She's been around long enough. She knows that. I'm just trying to help. No, don't be sorry. I'm just letting you know. A graph is a graph. This is a graph, technically, right? But if she went to look for graph analysis on Google or YouTube to find more videos, she wouldn't be able to find anything. But if she types in chart analysis, she'll be able to find videos. Oh yeah, Toya, it took me 3-4 years to really get going. And I mean 3-4 years of almost every single day staring at screens, doing research, listening to podcasts, reading books. If someone told me how long it takes, I would never even bother with it. But everyone's different. Everyone's different. I know some people that are successful much sooner, and I still got a long way to go. I'm not where I wanted to be, not even close. Oh, I know it's sketchy part. Okay. Now I get what sketchy part I was talking about. All right, so right here, this part was sketchy. So when you day trade, you're looking at short time frames, right? So every single candle has an effect on your decision. So basically, what happened here is what we call a trap, and that's kind of what fueled this big move. So first and foremost, this stock has gone up quite a lot, right? So nature tells me that their short sellers are shorting this already because it's up so much. So when the stock is up a lot, short sellers will start shorting it up here based on the resistance levels. Um, so they might be shorting all the way through here and then pulls back and does this consolidation. And then right here is a key moment for this breakout. Basically, what happened here is imagine seeing this chart like that. Can I skip by one candle? Yeah. So imagine seeing this chart like this. Now, a lot of people are buying in here. That's called a breakout, right? So we have a wedge, whatever you want to call it. There's a reason for you to buy into this breakout. And when you buy into it, you expect it to go higher. But what happens next is a stuff, right? So the weak hands might get out. But imagine seeing this right now. This doesn't look good to the long side. So if any people bought in here, they might be cutting their losses, or they might be waiting to, for here. But a lot of times, if you see this kind of candle, you'll just cut your loss. It depends on how tight you're playing the position. But with that being said, what happens now is short sellers are piling in. They see this rejection, and basically it's called a panic pop. I think that's what they call it. It just pops out of panic. There's some covering here. There's some buying here. And then you have this pattern. So this doesn't look good at all, right? For the long side, it's kind of like sketchy right now. And that's what I meant by sketchy, is because now if I was long here, I'd be nervous that this is going to just collapse, because we see that over and over again, that this will just kind of roll over. But in this instance, it held up. So when it holds up like that, it's going to trap shorts. And here is when the party begins. So all the shorts that got in here, their stop was right there. Their stop was right there. What the hell's happening with this stupid... So their stop usually is above this. Worst case, above the all-time highs. In today's chart, not all-time, but today's chart, today's high. And as you can see, once we break this level, look how much faster the stock starts to move. Like, look at these candles and look at this candle. That just means people are buying and people are covering. So people that are short, they have to buy back. So they're just, clicking to get out. And that causes the big move because everyone's doing it all at once. And then, again, the highs get broken, and look how it retests the highs once and twice. So this is a good time to kind of buy in at the support level of 14. It's holding up. Again, this probably caught some shorts as well because this looked weak. I mean, this candle is very bad. And right here, this doesn't look good. So oftentimes we'll see a pattern like that. It's almost like a head and shoulders. You see that. If I just draw the head and shoulders, you have shoulder, mini head, and the shoulders forming, but it doesn't fully form. So it's all basically psychology. And that causes more of a squeeze because, again, shorts, it's all about shorts just getting trapped over and over again. And someone's controlling this, right? Someone's just playing with the stock a little bit. Because why is it that sometimes people get caught and sometimes people don't get caught, you know? Sometimes shorts win really easily and sometimes they don't. And this is what we call a short squeeze because this stock went from like $3 all the way up to 18 already. And that's basically a massive short squeeze. This is as big of a move as AMC did. Yeah, the head and shoulders never broke down. Was attempting to, but it never did. And that wasn't like a true head and shoulders anyway. That was just like a mini version of it. It's basically not even head and shoulders, but it's like a lower high. So basically, if this level would have broken down, I guarantee there would have been a sell-off. So if this level would have broken down, we would have seen at least maybe a pullback to here. But this is all very quick trading. It's not something you hold or whatever, you know. That's why a lot of you guys, this might not be applicable to you if you're going to be trading on stocks because you don't have PDT. So you won't be able to do this. What do you mean same thing as GameStop as far as the squeeze goes? Hi Amber, look into SOS. They're getting into blockchain. I don't trade based on fundamentals. Of course, they might be getting into blockchain now that crypto's running, but it's hard to say what they're gonna do. There's not much going on right now. Last couple of days. Once it starts going, then maybe it'll get more interesting. For now, it's just speculation. So it's different type of trading. Oh yeah, GameStop. I mean, GameStop was the biggest short squeeze we've seen in a long time. But it's the same concept. Right here. So you see, we have this big pullback right before the big move. This pullback, I mean, that's a, I mean, I don't even know the percentage, but we could check that from the high to the low. It's like 62% pullback. That is insane. So a lot of times people will think this is dead. So people are shorting this and they get trapped eventually, causing the massive spike. And obviously other people get involved on the long side, other hedge funds get involved on the long side. And the sad part is that this stock made the biggest moves pre-market. It never had a serious solid day besides the first day here. But even the first day, that was all after hours. Just much easier to manipulate the stock after hours. Okay. You bought in here somewhere, Bill? And it's all progressive. See that? This is the first day. No one knows about GME and this short squeeze and what's going to happen. So when the stock goes up from $40 to $80, a lot of people are obviously going to short, right? Because they see the potential of a pullback because it's so overextended. It's not sustainable technically. So they pile in, and those who hold overnight get destroyed. And every time it has a big spike, and these are hourly charts. So obviously hourly charts make it seem like it happens so fast, even though it does. But this is a 15-minute chart now. So you could see a little bit more details. But yeah, I was surprised that this sell-off, when we recovered, it didn't trap and go higher. This should have went higher. That should have been the pattern. And when I couldn't reclaim 384, that was the same level as 16 on AMC. So if we look at AMC, that was the level. Remember, Bill, we were talking about 16 for so long. Right here on this day. That was Thursday. No, that was Friday, actually. So we were recovering, and we really wanted to get over 16. I was like, we get over 16, we might be okay. But if we don't, it's not looking good. And then we gapped up to 18 that Monday, and I was super excited. And then we had this big dip, didn't look good, but then it recovered. I was like, all right, we're definitely gonna, at open, we're gonna get some buying. We might go up to $19, $20. But then it just got stuffed super hard. And that's when my opinion changed on the stock. And I should have been out much sooner. No, so the Robinhood disaster was here. I don't know if that's what you were referring to. I just saw your. This was the Robinhood disaster. But we recovered from that. But again, I said that earlier. I said it before, and I'll say it again. If AMC went to $40, $50, people would have been back holding it now from $40 and $50 entries. If GME went to $700, $800, people would have been holding it from $600, $700, and even an $800 average. And they would have been holding it all the way down. Because every pump and dump ends the same way. It's just the timing of your exit is key. Even Bitcoin went all the way down, went from whatever it went from to 18,000 or 19,000 or 20,000, whatever the hell it was. And then it came all the way back down to like 7,000 or even less. So, but that's different market. Crypto is different from the stock market, right? Oh, was it 4K? See? In May of this year, 2020. What average? Oh, that's tough. But see, like, I stayed away from it because I'm like, if I buy at 300 or 350, even if it goes up to $1,000, I'm not making much money on it. Because when it comes to a trade like that, I'm going to be trading it based on percentages, right? If you get in at 350 and you risk, let's say, $50, that's different. You know, then you're risking $50 to make, I don't know, let's say 300. So you risk 1 to 6. Yeah, you're not the only one. A lot of people did that. A lot of people average down, and that's just a bad habit. But a lot of people on YouTube world were kind of telling people to buy the dip and add. All right, Bill. That's crazy. So in a year, it went from 40. I mean, from 4 to 40. And now it's at 45, Ivan. Oh, God. But going back to the futures, guys, the charts work the same. You don't have to find stocks. There's always range on futures. You could trade at any time. So if you have a job, let's say you live on the East Coast and you have a job, and you can't be in front of the screens at 9:30, you could always trade a little bit later. You could trade overnight. Obviously, the volatility might drop a little bit overnight, but still a nice range. You know, it's just beautiful. But stocks are good too. I love stocks. Just stocks take a lot more work. If you want to be a really good day trader, you have to have. Yes, I would suggest it to beginners over stocks. It makes no difference. You might lose either or. Doesn't matter if you trade stocks or futures. I didn't trade anything today. I just got on the stream so late and I was trying to kind of scramble. Futures had nice trades, but now I have FOMO, so I don't want to do that. I don't know, maybe. Think about doing this combine, maybe live. I don't know. Maybe I'll just make this a futures type of stream in the mornings. What's going on, Tom? Or I don't know if that's Tom, but it says Tom in the beginning. That's a wedding in 2 weeks. I mean, 3 weeks. Yeah, beginning of March. But I don't know if I'm gonna stream it yet. I never gave her a price. But yeah, I posted videos of dancing this weekend and they asked me to take them down. Still not allowed to dance, really. Can you short Bitcoin and Dogecoin? Because that could feel like a short squeeze. Luke, what was that? Go. Someone asked something, I forget. you don't recommend shorting for beginners. When it comes to stocks, I like to be open bias. So when you start open bias, it's always good. It's not the best to be short biased and not the best to just be long biased, because if you're just long biased, you're just gonna be buying everything and things are just gonna collapse as soon as you buy it. So what is Dogecoin at right now? I'll pull it up. But Bill, your VWAP play, my man. Bill, we need to get you on futures too. Like, me and Bill were talking about this the whole time. The VWAP. Alright, so it's been at 8 cents for a while. Okay. Well, the problem is with Doge, a lot of people bought like 7 cents. Last time it ran 2 weeks ago. It could go below, but I don't see AMC going much further up. But it could also just consolidate here, you know. Yes, Sean. So the loss in shorting is unlimited. Versus in longs, you have 100% max loss. But at the same time, if you are longing on margin, then you could lose more than 100% of your investment too, you know? So it's, I mean, no, not 100% of your investment, more than 100% of your equity. But you can't just hold the losers. But then my biggest loss ever I've had was on the short side. I think I lost like 200%. But once the movies open back up, yeah. Down 9K on AMC. What's the deal? It's a broken chart. Been calling it since last week. It's tough. A lot of people lost a lot of money. Now, Martin, I would like to read about that. Oh yeah, from June. Yeah, I remember that. That was during the was that during the what do you call it? Oh, nice backside setting in. Big dump. Was that during the oil? No, that was it was trading options. I remember that. Wow. He sent them the great news thing. Oh my goodness. Imagine. Wow. Makes me just shiver when I read that. Hold till I get most of my money back. Yeah, as long as you're willing. It's not going back up for now, but we all sold. I've been recommending not holding it, or I've been recommending the fact that it's done. It could still go to like $3, right? But yeah, it's your call. Can't. It's a lot of money on the line. What's your entry, Scoop? Soup. Investing is holding long term, yes. If you hold a trade for multiple days, that's called swing trading. And if you are day trading, that means hold on. If you're day trading, then it's, you know, seconds, minutes, hours. If you're swing trading, it's a day or multiple days. And then investment is basically you're looking to just, you know, hold it longer term, a month, 2 months, a year. Do I ever swing trade? No. AMC was my first swing trade in a long time. Oof, that's a lot of shares. 1,000 shares. Yep, I like that chart, Bill. What did I see in AMC to make you buy in? Let me show you when I bought in and explain my process. The mistake I made is I didn't day trade it. That was my biggest mistake. I bought AMC right here. That arrow is when I bought. I saw this pattern, higher low, curling back up. I thought we're gonna be able to retest the highs 25 and then see where it goes from there. I took a small size based on my risk. Almost got stopped out here. Didn't, and then yeah. I was up a lot pre-market here, $23 from 17. I mean that's a 35% gain. That would have been nice, but if I took bigger size, it would have been selling some, but it is what it is. I was expecting maybe $40, $50 on AMC. That makes no difference though. I don't know if the Pintel is right or not. Let's see what this says. Right now it says 15% short float. I don't know when that's from. But again, it has no difference because for shorts to be in trouble, some people have to buy it and squeeze the shorts. There's no one else squeezing the shorts. The shorts are covering at the bottom of the stock, and they're not losing money, so they're not gonna be short squeezing it. Short squeeze is only if shorts are covering at the top, and they're losing money, not if they're making money. Of course it's manipulated. Every stock's manipulated. You think OCGN is not manipulated? Asia, I'm going to the gym today too. I haven't gone in a week and a half, and you know, with streaming and stuff, so I probably won't be around much longer today. Try to get on tomorrow at open. Maybe we'll do like more of analysis on futures. I'll load up my broker and actually trade. Joe, what's going on? Can you put that chart on the stream? I think I closed it already. Yeah, I closed it. So we got, the strength is fading on the stock, even though it's not guaranteed yet. It's coming back a little bit. But as you can see, there's so many different indicators to kind of have an idea when to get out or when to enter when it comes to short side. MACD. I don't really use the MACD, but there's also the RSI you could use. But yeah, let's see if this makes touch of the 20 moving average. We have this resistance here at 1732, and let's see if it could kind of go down. We can't tell you, Soup, because what if we tell you to sell and then it goes up a little bit? A lot of people wish they sold at $8 or $9. Yeah, I'll be on the shit end of the stick if I make the wrong decision on your trade, especially with that size. It's not like you have 100 shares; you have 1,000 shares. Just so you get an idea of what I'm thinking, it's in the description below. I wrote that on Friday. see. So OCGN is still kind of holding up, but it's getting weaker now. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? It was a tough stock. Both GME and AMC. I avoided GME as much as I could, but thank you, Joe. Is that your first time here? Today it's kind of like a mellow day. Just recovering from last week's streaming for 20 hours a day, and I'm trying to figure out a way to kind of keep this channel going. So I'm trying to figure out a way to get like a structure to it. I don't know what the long-term potential of DraftKings is, but I think it's a good long-term stock to keep in your portfolio as an investment. But what is the FinTel report gonna do? Yeah, but Trades has been telling people to buy the dip for a long time, and it's just not been working, right? Just because there is a short interest that's high, it's not gonna make the stock squeeze. So that's where my confusion is. What is the point of looking up something that has no factor in whether the stock's gonna squeeze or not? For a stock to squeeze, we need buyers to squeeze the shorts out, not for shorts to just cover their position. That makes absolutely no difference. Otherwise, every single stock would squeeze. So that's why I'm kind of confused. But Trey's been telling people to buy this whole time because he has 20,000 people watching him, so it's kind of easier to just keep the Kool-Aid. Yeah, he's not getting financial advice to not get sued, but we've heard it many times. I have nothing against him. I'm just saying what he's telling you about the short squeeze thing with the short interest does not make any difference to the potential of the short squeeze. I didn't tell anyone to sell. Who did I tell to sell? You could ask all the people in the chat. I've been streaming for 20 hours a day. I didn't tell anyone to sell. I just told them the chart's weak. Yeah, JDM is just trying to explain the short interest, which I get, but in my opinion, that has no impact on the short squeeze. And if someone could explain to me what is the factor in short interest and the short squeeze, then I'll listen and I'll kind of try to understand their perspective. Yeah, like if someone looks, number one, let's just look at, obviously GME is the main head of the snake, so that's always gonna have a big factor. I mean, if you've been trading for any time, you just know this is a dead stock. Anything after Monday last week, here it's still valid. That's, you know, my bias changed right here. Charts don't lie, and every single short squeeze ends exactly the same. And yes, it already squeezed. That's the biggest. That's what I've been telling people too. This thing squeezed already. So when people ask for a squeeze, it's already squeezed. AMC still had more potential, obviously. AMC didn't go up that far. I got in AMC because I believed it could go up to 40, 50 bucks. Is VXRT coming back? No, it's not. That was, I mean, eventually maybe. Pharmaceutical companies love to do that stuff. Hype up the stock, that there's news dropping, and they just try to raise money, basically. Any chance of AMC going to 20 next month or so? Very small. Always a chance, always a chance. Always it takes a billionaire to buy some shares, and he decides to buy it. Obviously there's gonna be a lot of shorts involved right now since the stock got beat up after the run up, so there's people shorting it. So now if it went back up to 13, 14, $15, then we could talk about a squeeze. But at the same time, we just had OCGN squeeze even more than this, squeezed way more than the potential of AMC is ever going to be. And no one cares. No one talks about this stock. Someone was asking about OCGN. Okay. I don't know. I see OCGN as a day trade for now, but it could hold up. But I wouldn't read it on hype and media attention. I would just read it based on the chart itself. So I would trade it until the chart is broken. When you hold something like this overnight, I mean, you come to the risk of big sell-off after hours. So just be careful of that. No, JDM. So it depends how you look at it, right? So if you look at it from the filing reports and the actual company, then no, the evaluation prior to COVID. I'm looking at the right stock, yeah. So this is 2021, wrong month, wrong year. All right, so let's say right before pandemic, it went as low as, I went to a theater, but that was already panic setting in here. So maybe this was still, theaters were open, but let's just forget that. But like here, $5 right before pandemic. So movies are still open, everything's normal, and it was at $5. So what makes it a $15 stock? Only because it was $15 a couple years ago does not make a difference. GoPro was, I think, $90 when it came out, you know, and now it's $10. It's not going to go back up to 90 unless they change a business model. If they change something completely, then we could talk about it. But the point of a stock like this is every stock that goes up super fast on a pump and dump, because this was a pump and dump. This was not an organic fundamental move of investors buying this company. This was a pump and dump based on Wall Street bets, the hype, the media, and then the short sellers getting involved, and you know they fueled the squeeze a bit as well. But all the short sellers are winning right now, big time. So ever since Monday, so Monday last week when we opened at 18, or we gapped up to 18 pre-market, I was super excited about this one. When we sold off down to 14, I was kind of like, oh, it's not good. But then we recovered, and I was like, all right, well, now at open, we just got to hold 16, because I was talking about 16 on the Friday week before, not last Friday, but the week before. And 16, you could tell was big resistance, right? So I wanted it to hold over 16, and it kind of did here for a while. So I was kind of very pumped at this point. You know, we have 3,500 people watching at this point on the stream, and then it kind of took a poop ski. So my attitude kind of changed. I'm like, yeah, if we lose these levels, we're pretty much done, because that's the backside. Like these levels here at 1346, 1350, huge levels of support. If they break, we're done, and that's the same level on GME but at 250. Right here, 250. So it's the same time. And I just trade based on the chart. I didn't really care for the hype. I didn't care for the fundamentals. Obviously the chart, and that had a potential to go. But once the chart is over, why hold? Why just keep holding because someone says diamond hands on the forum, you know? Like, that's just stupid. No one's gonna survive trading that way. And I've been doing this for a long time. Yeah, Trey is great. Trey's like hyped. I mean, he pumps up the chat. He gets a shit ton of viewers. He gets a shit ton of tips. And that's how he keeps going, you know. I wish him nothing but the best. I just do YouTube because I'm bored. He's got a good knowledge of options as well. I saw that. I haven't watched him much, but I know the first thing he says is not financial advice, but we can't really go any lower, so you should hold, and it's not really a way to go. Yeah, he does a lot of research on the fly. I think it could drop lower, but all depends. There's a couple of ways that it could go lower. If people didn't sell out yet, there's still people holding. And also, the gap hasn't closed yet. The gap was like $5. Yeah, that's another BS. Austin. If they traded long enough, they would know that any sympathy plays will always look the same. The whole reason AMC moved is because GME, right? So even though they're not in the same sector, because typically it's the same sector. So if we have the wheat stocks, if we have the blockchain stocks, they'll move together. We have pharmaceutical stocks, the solar stocks. I mean, they typically will move together, and they'll kind of look the same. It's almost like comparing the SPY to Apple. I mean, they almost look the same too, you know? But the reason why they're the same is because the sympathy plays, and it's the same people playing both, same psychology. You know, it's big players involved. It's not me and you. Yeah, this to me is common sense, but it's a common sense to me because I've been doing this for a long time, and I've seen these over and over again. Go. Let's go back on this chart. Like, look at this. Look at this short squeeze. This is a daily chart, so we can't see the details of like an hourly chart. You know, a daily chart's not gonna give you all the information we need, but look at that. Up and down. People that are buying up here, they're screwed and they're just praying. And every time it has a spike up, it sells off. You know, here people are probably so happy because it went up from $8 to $13, which is huge, and they're super pumped, and they just get stuffed. And then look at the level it got stuffed at the lows of this range. Junie, man, I didn't get to trade this morning. But look at the levels I had on NQ. Look at my beautiful levels on NQ. So these levels I had prior. No, I didn't draw them today. I drew them pre-market. And look how beautiful they played out. Just buy the dip, sell, buy the dip, sell, or short this dip. You could buy. It was just amazing. How'd you trade it? And how many contracts? So Junie's was trading the mini NASDAQ futures. So every dollar the NASDAQ moves, it's $20. Is OCGN dropping? My goodness. Wow, another perfect example of the chart. So we had this level drawn from the daily, 1730, rejected it here, kind of played around for a bit, came down under, made a lower high, 20 moving average became resistance, 1730 became resistance like I said earlier, and exactly what I thought would happen happened. Yeah, Drake, and that's the thing. This happens every day, you know? Yo, it's good, bro. This happens every day, and people are, you know, crying about AMC. But that's what general public will do, you know? When there's hype about something, do I think it's worth holding OCGN? It depends where you entered. I didn't look into it. I don't know if there's news. Something with the vaccine, I think. Oh, Abby, no. If you had it forever and you sold. I mean, I did the same thing with XRP. Damn, you had 5 contracts? Damn, you trade big. 955. Wait. Yeah, it is tanking. We just looked at it. I just changed the chart. Just YouTube, I guess. Futures is not as hot and popular as stocks, so it's less information out there. But the charts work the same. So if you look at like chart analysis of different videos, the The rules apply to all of it. 13.627. Anyone long? Oh, maybe right here? Oh, you bought right here then. Yeah, me and Bill are watching this level hold, and then that would have been my entry. I just like, these are like, you know, levels based on 30-minute chart, 15-minute chart. This shoulder line, 667. Yeah, I think it's on its way up now. This is my favorite type of day to trade futures, when it's kind of like choppy. It's choppy but with range. It's kind of, you know, reacting to support the resistance levels. Sometimes it just blows right through it, and it's just trending one way, and then it's hard to get in. Yeah, I used to do that too. But now 2-minute is my favorite. And also, I've used tick charts before, but I don't know. Been trading stocks for too long, so I like minute charts. Tick charts are just different. BIOL. Yeah, it's a low volume type of. Yeah, it's a very thickly traded stock. Yeah, it's good though. Happy to hear. OPGN. Rowdy, I don't know. Sounds like it. Looks like it, but is it? Who knows? XL 3 years ago. Oh man, congrats. Wow. It's been more than 3 years, but this could, you know, break out. I don't know why I have this line. I guess I traded this before. I have this orange line here, $27. I have not looked at the stock in forever. I look at this line just like holding as. There must be something else going on. I don't know. Oh yeah, these lows here. Yeah, it could hit 30. I mean, it's hard to say. Virgin Galactic. Yeah, this is looking, it's a low volume ticker. It doesn't trade much, but it's curling up. This is kind of concerning. That 62.90, it failed twice. But maybe third time the charm, right? Break that wall. Still making an uptrending move. Yeah, I would still hold it if I was in already. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be shorting this right now. Oh, second rejection of VWAP again. Yeah, I wish I bought some at 3 cents. All right, man. Enjoy the rest of your shift. Hope it goes by fast. How's OCGN holding up? Oof. Isn't Rolls Royce not American? Is Rolls Royce American? No, that's British, no? Yeah, so that's not gonna be on my charts. Yeah, I only have the US stock exchange. Damn, it's OCG. I hope Ryan got out. That's why these kind of stocks are not as good for investing into. I'm not in any Fabian. NOK is a turd. I hate Nokia, to be honest. I feel like that trapped so many people. That trapped so many people here. I never liked it since day one. NQ said, Bill, it's coming down. Oh no, Junie said that. One second, guys. I'm back with customer service. Do I believe all gaps eventually fill? Not always, but often, yes. Be right with you guys. I'm dealing with these people. Talking on the chat. Trying to pay something. Oh man. And the 640 level says crazy. OCGN dumped more, I think. $13,639. Right here. Is trading futures similar to trading call options? No. Futures is similar to trading stocks. Sorry, Junior, I'm just so busy here with a customer service situation I've been dealing with in the morning and just now again. What'd you end up making? Who do you trade with? Nicholas, what's that? No, I'm talking to Junie. Who's he trading with for futures? Yeah, Bill, look at the likes versus the dislikes on this stream today. I think the trolls are sleeping. That one guy that went crazy last week, I still have his Instagram. I should be like, oh, I've been missing you on the stream. We've been avoiding AMC all day. What did Junior answer? What is he trading with? Oh, you trade of 8 too? Okay. Yeah, I have trade of 8 and I have M futures. Man, $1,200. That's the dream, my man. Where are you from? Because it's not Friday. Anthony, I've seen something about that yesterday on Super Bowl ads about some kind of meter that you don't have to prick yourself. Yeah, Junior, you're killing it. I had a salad day yesterday. I made my losses back on AMC on Friday and yesterday. When should I invest in Neo? I don't know. On a dip, maybe. Who knows? If it's an investment, the timing is not as important. I guess just buy some on like a monthly basis or something. Yeah, I've used it before. I used to play tennis in the summer, so when I wanted to get my trades in, I'll just put orders in, and it's kind of clunky. Oh yeah, I love hockey, but tennis is a good workout. Hockey and soccer are my two sports, and skiing, obviously. Skiing, alpine. Makes sense, but yep. Mountain Creek was my life from, I would say, 2005 until like 2012, maybe 13. I was there like all the time. I like park skiing, Bill. So I hit those rails and stuff. Oh, nice. Small world. Sparta is like 30 minutes from me. I want to take my niece to go. I haven't been in a couple of years. I might actually go next Saturday. I mean, this upcoming Saturday. Since we got so much snow. Oh, Junie, you might get that 640 break on NQ. It's been a slower stream today. It's been like 100, 200 viewers at most. The smallest amount we've had, which just shows the AMC hype is dying out. Yep, we could ski in New Jersey. We got mountains. They're not big, but if you're skiing with in the park, it's not bad. Yeah, VWAP is right there too. What kind of scalps do you go for? How much? Just see something. OCGN. Yeah, I held that 13 level. Are all the subscriptions going through, or what the hell's happening? Yeah, all the subscriptions are going through. I was just listening to this stream. I feel like the mic is a little bit lower now. We'll see if that's any better now. Maybe now. You'll take 1 point on NQ. I was thinking about doing something like that. But when I scalped like that, I tried to go with the ES because then you get 50 bucks, not 20 bucks. It's like getting $1 on NQ is so easy. You could just milk that cow, you know? Do you have the subscription based commissions? Ogen? OGN, nice move today. This is the first day it's moving. Yeah, Ogen, maybe $2 target ultimately. Got a long way to go there. It's got a resistance at 167. Here's Bill's long-term NIO analysis. It's in that channel. Similar to Tesla, so okay, I don't pay. Sucks that they're increasing the routing fees. It's a Mexican Coke. Tastes so good. I don't drink a lot of soda at all, but yeah. My bank wouldn't even wire transfer with them. With Tradeovate, with AMP features, it's so quick. AMP features is the same, like 2 hours. Join tomorrow at open or like earlier, at like 9 a.m. And then we could discuss different trades. Evan, what's going on? I didn't want anyone to get out. I just gave my analysis and you pulled the trigger yourself. And I'm glad you made the right decision. NIO gonna be bigger than Tesla in 5 to 10 years? I mean, that's... Yeah, NIO, I don't see. I just feel like they're going up with Tesla right now, not as their own company. They're priced way too high for a company that doesn't have any sales yet, really. ZOM. Whoa. Bunch of people asked about that earlier. Yeah, it's shorts are in trouble on this one. Yeah, what a breakout on ZOM. Yeah, I mean, I trade mostly on technicals, so I don't really speculate on stuff like that. But as far as daily chart goes, it's looking okay. It's breaking out. It's holding up strong. $4 is going to be that key level. Oh my god. Finally got the issue resolved. Almost. One more step. Been dealing with customer service all day. CCIV merge with Tesla. Yeah, that'd be nice. All right, all right. More music. We need more music. This is more chill music. Lawsuits on NAK. I traded NAK. I've traded NAK the same day I traded. What was the stock I traded? Was it SNDL maybe? Yeah, I think SNDL and NAK I traded the same day. Yeah, it's chill like today. AMC's done. We'll see where we go from here. I just YouTube copyright free music. Really, I don't know how I missed. Like, if you look at top chat and main chat or whatever you call it, it's completely different. I haven't seen Workhorse yet in chat, so my bad about that. Workhorse is on the daily. It's kind of beat up. No, it's not daily. What am I looking at? On the daily, looks good. Really good. Nice breakout here at $28. I guess long term, today's not doing too good, but long term wise, it is setting in a little of a downtrend, but I think it's good. You know, it's just a channel. We draw this channel here. Overall, I think it's still good. Yeah. A little bit of a pullback right down to here. Look at that. Look at this high and then this low. They match perfectly. Almost perfectly. Evan, right? Like every single time AMC moves up a little bit, it has a green candle. They go crazy.
Does your broker?
Oh, this has stupid commercials. All right, so let me show you guys the commissions on futures. Basically, zoom this bad boy in. All right, so we have, in case someone's wondering what the commissions are like, because there's no such thing as free trading on futures. These are like the exchange fees, right? So that comes from the actual market itself. So we got the clearing fee and then the exchange fee. But here we have the all-in rates, which with this broker Tradeovate, there's different options for how much you are actually paying for commissions. They have 3 different tiers. You could do a free membership. You could pay $100 a month for this active one, and then this one is like $2,400 a year, which is not really that cheap. But if you're trading a huge amount of shares and you just want to quickly scalp, it actually does save you a lot of money in the end. It just depends on your trading style. But let's just go based on the free membership, and this is a little bit more expensive than the other broker I have, but this is a nice layout to kind of give you an idea. So we are interested in trading these two, which are exactly the same. So you have the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. So you're looking to pay around $2.13 for the trade. So like 416 round trip. So if you buy and sell one contract, it will be $4. But keep in mind, with that one contract, you can make a ton of money. Just so you know, every dollar the NASDAQ moves, it's $20 in profit. I missed something in chat. But then you have the micro e-minis, which is something I would, definitely recommend for beginners. Don't go with something else. With like the minis, go with the micros, because the micros are 1/10. So you basically divide this into that 10 times. So 10 of these contracts is one of these contracts. So when this one moves 1 point, it's $5 profit. This one moves 1 point, it's $50 profit. It's exactly the same chart, almost. Well, basically, it's the exact same chart. And then this one is $2 every dollar it moves, and this one's $20 every time it moves. But you can see the commission here is 50 cents. So you're paying 50 cents, 56 cents for a one-way ticket, and about $1.12 round trip. And again, it's a little bit more expensive if you trade the minis, the micros, but it is safer. If I'm just trading one lot of NASDAQ, sometimes I will take 10 of these, but my commission then is much higher overall. But this is Tradeovate, and again, if you get a membership with them, it's super cheap, but the membership is pretty expensive. But Junie has that. Junie is using that. Snake, congrats. $250 a day. Most people don't make that. Sean, yes. So it goes up $1, it's $20 profit. It goes down $1, it's $20 loss. So it's definitely not something for beginners. Because the range, as we know, on NQ is pretty wild. Yeah, he says today I finished at 250 profits. So I guess he is done.
The Hyundai Tucson, from the brand with more 2020 IIHS Top Safety Awards than Honda, Toyota, or Nissan.
Lease a 2021 Tucson for $149 a month or get 0% APR for 60 months plus 500 bonus cash. Learn more at buyhyundai.com.
I guess finally paid what I had to pay for to build an account. It took me freaking 5 sessions with the customer service. All right. That's the face of disappointment. About what? So we have a house in Poland, and I had to pay for the phone because we used to rent it. Well, my parents own it, and I guess no one has been there for a while. So the bill was behind a couple months. So I had to make an online account to pay for the bill because wire transfer would have been extra $50. Oh, what a mess. And to set up an account, we needed a cell phone number. So we had to contact so many people. What a mess. They make it so complicated in Europe. Yeah, in Polish. I speak fluent Polish. That wasn't the problem was like I needed some information that I didn't have. And I also don't have a cell phone number. Oh, nice. And I don't have a cell phone number in Poland. I would not be surprised if they took crypto as a payment. Yeah, I guess. Like in the US, we have like PayPal, Square, and they have so many different payment gateways. It makes everything so complicated. But yeah, the hard part was getting the online account to be able to log into the phone, whatever, you know, the firm that we use. Oh, Nicholas, thank you so much for that donation. So on your long-term plays, I mean, that's spot on. You have the best companies out there. And but as far as the other, that's a lot of stickers to go through. I'm just gonna go based on daily charts.
This local access message is brought to you by Uber Eats.
Show Science. I guess that's a new IPO. Not sure what they're about. Not much to tell you about this one. Obviously, it's a tough trade to be in. But I guess last day had a solid bounce. But depends on your entry. This one's a little more difficult of a trade. Beyond Me, obviously that's a controversial company, but I guess it has earnings coming up. Yeah, on the 25th, so that should be interesting. Look how perfectly someone asked if all gaps close. I mean, this chart is basically perfect for that. Gap close. Here, the gap closed. So you could see when it crapped down, it closed the gap and then it sold off more before it rallied. I don't know what this is about, why this kind of skyrocketed, and that had to be some kind of news, and then it fell off. Wondering what this was. It wasn't earnings, so I wonder what that was. But Beyond Me is pretty solid. I mean, big company, right? Big future. Walgreens, I mean, Walgreens definitely got hit with pandemic, so I think that it has potential to go up. I mean, this was a tough time for any store, but they were open most of the pandemic, so I don't know why they sold off so much. Wasn't there a merger with CVS and no, that was CVS and Rite Aid, I think. Walgreens and Rite Aid. Etsy's amazing. Etsy, I looked at that a couple days ago. I mean, I don't know when you got into that. Summer 2020. I mean, you're you're chilling, you know. 100% return already on your investment. Etsy is amazing. Amazing tool for all the artsy people. And I'm in the wedding industry, and almost every single bride gets something off Etsy for their wedding. TTCF potentially could break out. Not much chart history, but I'll be paying attention to like cup and handle type of pattern. I'll make sure that this level is not becoming too much of a resistance, depending on how long of a hold you want it to be. Do you want it to be a short-term hold or a longer-term hold. All depends, right? And then Pinterest, same thing as Etsy. They first go to Pinterest to find stuff and ideas for their wedding, and then they go to Etsy and actually buy it. I'm shocked that Pinterest, a company like that, can actually be so big. I mean, it's just pictures, I think, and I don't know how they became such a big company, to be honest, but pretty cool. But those are my favorite, the Etsy and Pinterest, and I guess Beyond Meat is okay, but as long as you got in pretty early on Beyond Meat. I don't know what this is, but it is strong. So again, if you got in the summer, that's an IPO in the summer, 821. If you got in these in the summer, I mean, your portfolio is looking really good. Another one. I mean, Zynga is breaking out today. It did kind of reject today, but that's quite common. It did it here too, so it might have a sell-off. If it does reject, it could sell off a little bit before it rallies back up. And Dropbox, DBX, I use Dropbox all the time. It did kind of, I guess there's a lot of competition now for Dropbox, but I do love this pattern here. So we have this, and then we have a breakout now. So similar to Zynga, it is also rejecting today on the new breakout. Most breakouts indeed do fail, so it's nothing out of the ordinary, but you do have to be mindful of $26.50 and $26 before it goes higher. But once it breaks that, I mean, that's gonna be hard to break, but it just depends. Be careful of earnings as well. Earnings are when? The 18th. Today's what? Today is the 8th. Yeah, so 10 days from now. But yeah, as far as your long-term plays, I mean, you're looking great. I haven't looked at Fiverr. I don't know if that's the ticker symbol, but again, thank you so much again for that donation. Much appreciated. Hope that helped a little bit. I mean, those picks were, that's a long-term portfolio. I mean, you're looking pretty good. PL and did I skip that one? I skipped this one. This one's looking good too. I mean, man, you have a golden hand.
The best way to burn fat is with more fat. And I'm being serious because
No. Someone donated and asked for my opinion. Nicholas asked up top. He got in the summer. So and I'm back. Yeah, I mean, I'm not good at fundamentals either, so I just go based on the chart. That's why I don't have a long-term portfolio, which I should have. It sucks that Junie's not here. His entry would have been perfect here. Bill, his entry would have been perfect. Yeah, I mean, that's the hard part. I mean, I don't know how much money you got involved, but yep. Man, I love trading. Charts are just so cool to watch. And I think that's the direction we're gonna be heading to. Just dissecting the futures chart and then some occasional stocks. Oh, my bad, Evan. You asked that a couple of times. F sell for what? For day trade, swing trade, investment. Oh my god, F sell is just ripping. All right, so the best time to invest, right? Not the best, but from what I would do is I would look at this red line. So that's a 20-day moving average. Anytime the stock pulls back towards it is usually a safer entry than getting it when it's super extended like this. But you could also piece into it, you know, you don't have to do it all at once. Right now it's kind of breaking out, so the boat kind of has sailed. So if you do buy now, it would be kind of a chase. Doesn't mean it can't go up anymore though. I do like it. I just don't know if this is a fundamental move or if this is a squeeze, because holy Jesus. This is going from $1 to $26. Patience and timing is the two hardest things. Yeah. Big move since then. What do you think? How high the AMC is shorted at the moment? It's hard to say. I think it's shorted pretty heavily because it's a dumping stock. It's there's a reason for them to be short. I just don't know how many have covered, and that's hard to say. But again, I do not think it's gonna have an effect on the overall movement of the stock. Like the stock's not gonna just squeeze just because there's shorts in it. Someone's got to push those shorts out. Yeah, you could take a look. I have like 16% right now. Again, shorts are not dumb. They're not gonna make the same mistake twice. Yeah, because no one really knows, because I don't report that all the time. All right, so that's what we looked last time. Okay. I got a bunch of comments over the weekend. I forgot to tell you guys. From people, of course, that were trying to still manage some kind of hopeful thesis on AMC. I'll try see if I could pull some up here. How do I check that? Trying to find like this guy. Look at this freaking guy. All meme stocks, and OK being the exception, crash from restrictions, short ladder attacks, and naked shorting. Oh, we actually feel like this entitles you to make a post for the sole purpose of gloating. Amazing to me that anyone pays attention to your channel. Please, people, do not listen to this guy. He'll continue to give headaches. I love it. I'm gonna reply. There was a couple other ones. Just so funny though. How high must the volume be? It's gotta be a lot of demand for higher pricing. Just the volume itself is not gonna do much. It's just like a ladder, right? So there's got to be people that want to sell higher and people that want to buy higher for it to kind of go up higher. That makes sense. It's complicated because there's always enough buying and selling going on. It's just depending on the demand and supply, who wants to buy higher, who wants to buy lower. people are willing to buy higher and people are willing to sell higher, it might go up. It's kind of complicated, but yeah, I think most hedge funds have covered mostly. There's just no short squeezes right now because the short squeeze already happened. The short squeeze already happened, especially on GME. Now we're coming down to the close of the market in about 40 minutes, guys. Any other questions, let me know. Futures market is going to get a little hectic probably in the last half hour. Yeah, the thing with Gatlin squeezes, I've heard that so many times. Like, people just like find this information and just spread it. If it's good information, it spreads like wildfire. They have no idea what they're talking about, except the guys that are actually making the video, and they just spread it like the SSR. You know how many people ask me about SSR, or they would just come in and like, oh, we're good today because the shorts can't short AMC because there's SSR on AMC and GME, and I'm like, okay. Tried to explain to a bunch of people, but yeah, because it brings viewership and tips and donations. Sad but true. It's all about hype. If you hype someone up, they're gonna donate, especially when he has that many people watching, or all of them have that many people watching. Donations have to come in because otherwise he's not gonna read the chat. He has, I mean, it's impossible. I mean, thing flies like crazy. So the only time he reads the chat is when donations come in. Yeah, I don't know where they got that from. I didn't really look into it. Don't really care. Well, they'll stick around. There's a couple of them that they've been like, you know, talking stocks for a while, but this just let them blow up a little bit and gain like 50,000 subscribers in 2 weeks. Like, Trey is good and he's very like fun to watch, but and he knows like charts a bit, but like he's just like, with this AMC situation, he's not helping. I mean, one time I put him on the stream for literally 15 seconds and we caught him at the exact point where he says, you should buy the dip. And that was at like $9. Yeah, actually, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Yeah, exactly. Like, I know he doesn't have... He says it's not financial advice, but when you tell that to 20,000 people, a lot of those people will buy. Or at least they will not sell and get out of their losing position. Instead of selling and then putting that money into something else. But, I don't know. That was so funny. We were laughing at that so hard because people kept coming into the stream because, you know, at that time we had 1,000 people watching, and people would come into the stream and be like, "Oh, you know, just spam it. Buy one share at 1 o'clock. And, you know, it actually, I don't know why, I think it was coincidence, but it actually did like have a good run up at 1 o'clock. And then it was supposed to be 2 shares at 2 o'clock. And that thing just like dumped. It dumped so hard at 2 o'clock. It was so funny. I don't know what day that was. Oh, it was right here. That was like the peak. Right here. So 1 p.m. I had a nice push, right? So this was, it was already going. So it was not the people buying 1 share at 1 o'clock, because it was already going. It did have a big push and then quickly sold off. And then boom, that was the top since then. So many people bought 2 shares at $9.75. No, Evan, he's been streaming a little bit longer than that. He's been making videos. If you look on his, he grew just in a month. My channel was around for a few years, but I made all my videos private. If you guys haven't subscribed, I would love to hit 4,000 subscribers eventually. His account got liquidated. Oh yeah. HFTs will be scalping like crazy. How is this? NQ doing here for us?
This is a real B&H customer story. Fred Smith, fitness instructor and podcaster, started a new business.
ZOM, I don't have any thoughts on it. I did see that it ran up big time. Nice breakout here. So this is a beautiful breakout pattern. As far as like holding it, I'm not sure. It is overextended. It is a short squeeze from freaking, see how much percent that is. 12,000%. That's insane. Imagine buying this here in November. That's 4,700%. That's like buying Dogecoin right now, and Dogecoin going to $3. Crazy to think about. And someone bought it at 6 cents and sold it at 30 cents. But the key about this chart is that it never pulled back a lot. When it pulled back, it held its gains and then ripped again. But I mean, I have no idea, but this has potential, that's for sure. Nice, 30%, solid. You're still in? Congrats. Hopefully after hours and tomorrow does well for you. HIVE. AMC's going to the moon. I'm having a hard time pulling up HIV. I mean HIVE. Alright guys, we're going to the moon. Squeeze mo. This would be something else if this squeezed and like reclaimed, I don't know, $12. I think too many people are hoping for that now. So it's probably not gonna happen. I'm gonna check out that link, Bill. I'm gonna have to mute the music. The hell is this? That's 35 seconds of information. Oh, that's sped up. Never mind. Just slow down. It's just crazy how like the orders just bounce. It's insane. Oh, okay. Samuel, GME and AMC are both super weak at this moment. AMC's having a little bit of a push to close the day. But I appreciate you guys tuning in. Tomorrow I'm gonna be actively talking about futures. So we'll have the futures chart up most of the day and then I'll be trading it. Yeah, I mean $6 on AMC, but I don't think there's gonna be a big dump. I think the big dump's already happened. It's gonna be slow fade and just gonna stick in this range for a little bit. Yeah, Nicholas, I agree. I agree. That's what it would take for it to do something. Exactly. That's why I told people. I'm like, if it squeezes again, we'll just jump on it. No biggie. And how much more is it gonna squeeze than the stocks that we saw today? We have OPGN. QOBLG. What was that stock again? I keep forgetting it. OCGN. Yeah, like this squeezed more than AMC could squeeze in the days, 3 days. Yeah, from $1.81. Yeah, it's 1,000% move. For AMC, let's say squeeze now for 1,000%, I would have to go to like $65. Marcus, we're just chilling. Easy stream today. Not much going on. Obviously, AMC was done. So we're just kind of talking futures, and then we've been analyzing different charts. But futures has been kind of slowly the focal point of this stream. Kind of been explaining how the support levels work perfectly, and yeah, I'm gonna sign off soon at 4 p.m. Go to the gym, and I'll be back on 8 a.m. tomorrow. Oh yeah, Bill's correct. Anyone that is trading AMC based on fundamentals is because they're losing right now, and they just want to have an excuse to hold a position based on fundamentals, which the fundamentals are terrible. But your other stocks are definitely making up for that loss. If you're still in AMC, the other stocks are definitely pulling the train ahead in your portfolio. And I lost on AMC too, so I'm not downplaying the seriousness of it, but can't find HIVE. Is that the TSX? That's the Canadian exchange, no? $11.20. That's tough. Yeah, I don't think those stocks are on the US stock exchange. Just by five. If I see a 5-letter ticker, I don't even want to look. Oh, they're OTC stocks. Yeah, HIV is not popping up. IDEX. IDEX is looking pretty cool on the daily and the weekly chart. Not sure what's the again, just looking at the chart, not the news. The fact that I recovered from this is pretty impressive. I mean, it's been going up since $1.70, even less than that if you look at it here from the earnings report. It's looking good though. It's looking good. I don't know what the target could be. See if there's any levels over 5. before. I think this is like the all-time high. Solid. 450-ish. Okay, so you got a little bit high, but you're in the money right now, so that's important. I had a really good day today, right? So just see how it does tomorrow. Don't be shy to keep a tight leash on it. Yeah. That's what I mean. Sometimes it's gonna work, but for all the other times it doesn't work. Because if you bought IDEX here, I mean, you're holding throughout this whole pain, you know. So this time it worked out, but for every other time it's gonna do this, it's not gonna work out. You'll find, 30 stocks that will not come back. Oh my God, Bill. I don't want to think about that. We told you so. Diamond hands. Yeah. That's gonna do more damage than good too. That would do so much damage to people's psychology. So people would just gamble that money away. But plus, it's gonna go, if it squeezes, it's gonna go like, let's say $40, $50. And a lot of people bought like $15, $16. So they're not even gonna make that much. People that learn bad habits in trading will eventually pay for it, How do I know? Because I did. My first strategy, day trading, was averaging down. And it worked and worked and worked until it didn't work. And then Marquet. Nice breakout on the daily chart. I guess it's like a more of a solid company that got killed with COVID. It's on the way to recovery, so I think it's looking good. There's a lot of companies like that. CEO is retiring. I guess it's reacting good to that news. It does have earnings coming up, just so you know. The earnings are on the 18th before the market opens. Nah, I don't have any long-term plays right now. Once I get back to work, steady work, then I'm gonna start putting money into long-term plays. But that's gonna be on the fundamental pieces of good companies. So Apples of the world. I have a question. I bought 7 shares of AMC at 14. I mean, if you bought 7 shares, I mean, every dollar it moves, you're gonna lose $1. I mean, $7. So if it goes down to $3, I mean, you would lose extra $21. So I don't know if that's significant to you. But I don't think you'll break even for now. But again, all depends. Can't tell you what to do. It's hard to say. Nicholas, I haven't really done much research just because I've been so focused on day trading over the years. I feel like if I get into long-term plays, I'll panic out of them. If I see a big dip, because I have the charts in front of me for 8 hours a day. Well, Bill, I would say that's not what I'm talking about. I know what you're talking about, but that's not what I'm talking about. But I get your point. When it doesn't work. One time it just doesn't work, you get killed. Yeah, but usually average down on like a downtrending stock. Yeah, G Marley, if you're not worried about losing the money, then I don't know what to tell you. It's not a big position, right? So it's not a significant position to the point where every dollar the stock moves is a significant amount of money. Because if you had, let's say, 700 shares, then, you know, it's much different. And then DM is strong on the daily chart. I feel like I've traded this many times before. Wow, yeah, I did. I used to trade it in these areas here. I guess right here I traded it this day. May 19th, 2020. Look at it go now. Jesus. What did they even do? I don't even know what they do. Yeah, YOLO is a stock. Look at that stock. Freaking YOLO your whole bank account into it. Just ride the wave, baby. I just looked at NNDM. Did you miss that? And MDM looks pretty good. I mean, I don't know why it's going so high, but yeah, I just went over it so you could just skip back on the stream. Like literally like 2-3 minutes. Fubo was one of those stocks that had a short interest. I'm assuming some people got blown out here because this is a crazy move. But it's making a recovery, so we just gotta hold a higher low here and kind of try to curl up and go higher. Maybe even lower here to VWAP and the 20 moving average. I mean, I don't know who uses them. I didn't know they were big. But look, much better company than AMC. SINO just jumped. Oh yeah, I have it on my scanner. Whoa. Nice catch on that, Abby. So if you see the scanner right here. Yes, I know right there. So if you were trading with a scanner like that, you could just have it so it alerts you of all the stocks and you could filter them out by price and stuff like that so that, you know, it doesn't show as many unnecessary tickers. But if you see something on here, you can pull it up, and then it gives you basically a, let's see how 340. See how soon SINO was alerted. So at 340 looks like the first alert. So on this candle sometime. Anything better than AMC at this point. Yeah, I'm glad I got out of AMC too. It's not platforms, it's the SEC rule. If you want to get around PTT rule, I could show you how, but you're gonna have to pay commissions. There's broker out there that you could trade if you're in the US. If you're outside of the US, then it's much easier to even do that, but the PTT rule is a SEC rule, not a broker rule. Yeah, Evan, me too. I mean, not shaky. I just jumped on the hype and I broke my rules and I got into a swing trade. I didn't even think it was gonna work 100%, but I mean, that's old trades. You never know if they're gonna work 100%. Like, so this is like one of my busy months last year, trading and scalping. I did 20,000. I bought 20,000 shares and I sold 20,000 shares. I mean 200,000. Sorry, 20,000. 200,000 shares, and I sold 206,000 shares, and I sold 206,000 shares in one single month, for a total of 2.1 million value, and I sold for 2.1. Well, it was a $6,000 a month profit wise, but yeah. That was the highest month. Nice, Evan. Yeah. My music career makes me over 100, but not trading yet. I would love to make over 100 trading. In New Jersey, 100K, it's just okay. A house here is ridiculous. You want to see how much houses cost here? No, that's why New Jersey is the most hated state. Everyone's moving out. So look at this little house. Look, $820,000. Yeah, so like, and then let's go to like North Carolina or Florida. Oh, North Carolina. Find something nice. I mean, that's not expensive, but I mean, that's not cheap, but it's not super expensive. A house like that here would be $1 million. Yeah, that's why we need to be ambitious, Bill. Well, no, day trading is, for now, it's a hobby. Been doing this for a long time, and I'm not where I want to be, but bought my car with it. It let me survive throughout not having a job for what? I haven't really DJ'd since February of 2020. I mean, I had some jobs, but not many. And that's all she wrote. Ding, 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 ding. But futures market will continue to trade. Oh my God, he's gonna be kicking himself. Bill, look at this. I forgot to look at NQ because NQ gets crazy in the last few minutes. Totally forgot about that. Oh man, I hope he got some. I hope he got some because he had a spot on entry. And again, look, breaks the support or the resistance and then becomes support. Look how beautiful every time. And you could just get in and just set a stop right there. Yeah, Bill, you gotta be trading this. Yeah, you don't need that much equity. Yeah, that's futures. I bought my Boxster used just because I mean, much cheaper too, but I don't like the new ones. The new ones, I bought it when the new ones came out, 2017. It's a turbo engine. A turbo engine is no bueno. No, Evan, it's not. There's ways around it, but futures there's no PDT rule. 718, no bueno. Nope. Sounds like a Subaru. It's not gonna sound like the car in my videos. Let me tell you that. The new 718, the GT4, the GTS Boxster or Cayman, the 4.0 NA engine, then yes. Because Porsche made a huge mistake. I mean, so many people complained about that. Plus, I wanted to track the car, so I didn't want to spend so much money. Nice. My dream car would be a GT3 or even the 992 GTS when it comes out. I love the Targa GTS. Usually now we're gonna do around 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. market time. So around now we're gonna end it, and then just subscribe, and then you will get a notification when I go live. How'd you end up making that loss in half when it didn't go up? Evan, thanks, man. Thank you so much. Subscribe and hit a thumbs up if you haven't yet. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna sign up soon too. Yeah, Bill, we definitely nailed futures. I'm gonna be working closely with you on my entries. Maybe I'll try to be more patient with you guys versus just scalping quickly. On other trades, perfect, man. That's how it's got to be. Nah, Verbal, we didn't go over future tutorial. We just talked futures all day, but there's no tutorial yet. I've been busy working, and then yesterday was Super Bowl. Yeah, that's how you get rich. Just tell them you're not a financial advisor, but if they want to buy right there, you know, they can. It was a slow stream, Verbal. It's not much. You didn't miss much. I kind of woke up. No, I didn't wake up late. I just got on late. I didn't have a structure to the stream. So I just kind of made like a Q&A type of stream where people ask so many different questions related to different stocks, different things. And as you can see, there's only 2 thumbs down. So we didn't get any trolls in today. And yeah. AMC is back to $6, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, back to $6 she goes. Alright, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I am going to sign off. I'm going to get some food. Then I'm going to grab something to eat. I mean, yeah, I need food. I'm going to get some food. I'm going to go to the gym. And then I'm going to prep the stream for tomorrow. So that way tomorrow is more organized for futures. Alright, guys. Peace out. Again, thank you for tuning in. All the regulars, if you're brand new again, thank you so much for tuning in for the first time. Today was like a chill stream. We'll get back on some hype stuff, I'm sure shortly. But for now, we're gonna stick to futures, and then we'll kind of talk about the hottest stocks of the day. Like what was that one today? Forget that ticker symbol, but yeah, we'll focus on stuff, whatever you guys want to talk about. I'm free basically till mid-March, end of March. I don't have much going on, so I'll just be streaming and chilling with you guys. It makes my day go by faster, and I don't feel like I'm wasting my whole day sitting in front of the screens. OCGN. Bill to the rescue. All right, guys. Good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.